Like some honorable members, we can all agree that the top ranks of the police are deeply compromised by a pattern of disturbing relationships with organized criminals. These revelations come out of the Matanga Commission, and already a number of senior officers have been suspended, charged, or dismissed. Apart from the concerns about corruption, the real question is that given that this high number relates only to a small number of cases, has the government any idea how many cases we do not know about? How many Ket Matalas are there, or how many Julius Mkwanazis are there? How is the problem in Cape Town, Buffalo City, Nelson Mandela Bay, or the Western Cape? More disturbingly, how many senior officers are on the payroll of foreign governments with security clearances they do not deserve? This is a profound failure of counterintelligence, and that failure needs consideration by the Parliament and the Executive. It may need a specific commission of its own, a commission on the failure of intelligence. It cannot be business as usual when our national security is being sold piece by piece in exchange for Gucci bags and motorbikes.
Honourable members, that concludes member statements. Are there any ministerial responses? I see Minister Oukamp. Let me just find out from the table if there are any online ministers.
Meet the team that drives the American auto industry. One wrong turn after another. Saturdays at 8.
It's not right, it's not the fact.
These people, we don't want them in our country. It's enough. I'm not going to wait for another child to die. They're here to kill us. We want them to know.
Sophie, Rutoi Kuala. Arsabuela Morao. Papa Kestoko Sabona, Batsamai.
Everyone who owns a spice shop, you must make sure every
now we have Minister Oukamp.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, in reply to the member statement by Mr. Andrew de Blok, Honourable de Blok, I would just like to say that I fully agree with him that environmental crime is a serious problem in our country and we've got to take it head on and fight it. I can, in that regard, say that where we have got whether they specialized courts or whether they specialized prosecutors, when we've got them in place, it really works. For example, at Skukuza in the Kruger National Park, we've got a prosecutor that really knows how to prosecute rhino poaching cases, and that has shown us that it is very successful where it's implemented. Collaboratively are taking head on the crimes that we are experiencing on our coastal borders here. We've made officers available. I've appointed somebody that oversees that, and the collaboration that we get really shows us that where we work together, we can take on environmental crime. We hope that that is something that we can expand, but environmental crime definitely is something that we need to look more seriously at. And I think that the conversations that myself, as well as my counterpart in police, Honorable Kachali, already had and will further have in this regard will help a lot. Thank you very much.
Minister Mantashe.
Aibo.
Minister Mantashe, your hand was raised.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. I'm not Waibo Longwandon. I want to react to one issue. Our colleagues from the opposition benches believe that there is law for the ANC and law for others in the country.
Honourable Minister, may I just interrupt you? You're not really visible. If you could perhaps just focus your camera.
I don't know how to focus it.
That's better. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. And this law for the ANC, our colleagues deliberately ignore the fact that former President Zuma has been in court for years, avoiding the arms deal from being heard in court. Our colleagues forget that the president of the EFF has appealed a conviction in the East London court, and he's using his right to appeal. But when it is Ramaphosa, he is expected to subject himself to an ANC law that is not applying to the rest. I think this thing of playing to the gallery doesn't help the cause, and people must begin to react in a way that helps the cause, rather than being very emotional and play to the gallery. Thank you.
The next is Deputy Minister Schlengwa. Deputy Minister, please proceed. Deputy Minister, your connection is bad. We cannot hear you. Please try to move a bit or try again. And if you could just
turn my camera off, Deputy Speaker?
That's slightly better. Proceed, please.
Very much. Saying to Honorable the issues that she's already raising, things that we're already doing in the Department of Transport alongside with a private sector participation unit in the Development Bank of Southern Africa. We have now been private operators will begin work on our hands on the 1st of April 2027 with the country target of 250 million tons on the Transnet network. We are making progress towards its realization. The turnaround time in our ports, insofar as the TEU movements and grain cross movements per hour, as well as if you engage with the business operators.
Honourable Deputy Minister, if you can please pause for a minute. Honourable Douglas.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Minister is not audible. We can hardly hear what he's saying. So if you could just perhaps rectify that technically, because we can't hear the response. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Deputy Minister, you are not really very audible. I tried to decipher what you are saying, but perhaps if you can just move a bit, we'll give you still have 2 minutes left. I will give another Deputy Minister now an opportunity, if you can perhaps just see if you can correct and improve your connection there. Deputy Minister Letsike.
Deputy Speaker, thank you so much. I welcome the statement by Honorable Shabangu and to commend the launch of 100,000 National Youth Service opportunities as a significant investment in South Africans' young people. As we commemorate the 50th anniversary of the 1976 Youth Uprising, we are reminded that the struggle of young people have always been more than political freedom. It has been about access to opportunities, dignity, and economic participation. Today, youth unemployment remains one of the greatest challenges confronting our democracy, with millions of young people seeking pathways. So the National Youth Service is therefore not merely a job opportunity program. It is a national building intervention that equips young people with skills, work experience, civic responsibility, and a sense of belonging. It recognizes that young people are not a burden to be managed, but a national asset whose talent, energy, and creativity must be unlocked for the benefit of the country. At the same time, we must be honest that government alone cannot defeat unemployment. This challenge demands a whole of society response. We therefore call on business, organized labor, educational institutions, civil society, and every sector to join national effort by creating opportunities. So as the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, alongside NYDA and other partners, we remain committed to ensuring these opportunities reach young women, rural youth, and persons with disability who often are left in the margins. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The next Deputy Minister is Deputy Minister Nzuza. Deputy Minister. I think we have a problem there. We'll go back to Deputy Minister Schlengwa. If you can perhaps see, let's see if you can proceed. Deputy Minister, I don't think that we will be able to listen to you today. Unfortunately not. Let's go back to Deputy Minister Nzuza. Deputy Minister Nzuza, please unmute.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I must indicate with regards to the question that has the member statement made by the member of the MK that the Independent Electoral Commission remains an independent world-class organization. The matters that they are raising are currently in court and they will be ventilated in court, and ultimately the decision will be taken by court. The IEC is a cornerstone institution for our democracy, and as such, we must avoid the statements that seek to discredit the IEC without any factual basis. We must reaffirm that we must stop the tendency of throwing stones before even the results are issued and even before elections are carried out. We have had faith in the IEC doing its work, and we must have faith. And we are not going to fall into the trap of these traditional counting methods that are being proposed. IEC remains a world-class institution that is independent. I thank you.
Honourable members, that concludes ministerial responses. And Honourable Member, the next item on the order paper is the statement by the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment on the signing of the Beneficiation Scheme Framework Agreement. I now recognise the Honourable Minister.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Last weekend, on the eve of a truly historic occasion that was the centenary celebrations of the Kruger National Park, we witnessed another landmark moment in our democratic journey, as well as in the journey of the Kruger National Park. We signed the Beneficiation Scheme Framework Agreement with all claimant communities residing around the Kruger National Park. This agreement is far more than a legal document. It is far more than signatures on paper. It represents restoration, it represents empowerment, it represents reconciliation, and it represents a huge benefit to the Kruger National Park. Most importantly, Honourable Deputy Speaker, it represents a shared commitment to ensuring that the benefits flowing from our natural heritage also reach the people whose histories, cultures, and identities are deeply connected to these landscapes, and that their involvement will also be to the great benefit of the Kruger National Park. Deputy Speaker, the story of this agreement spans decades. The land claims associated with the Kruger National Park were lodged in the early 2000s. By 2008, Cabinet recognized the Kruger National Park as a strategic national asset and affirmed the need to balance the protection of this globally significant conservation area with the legitimate aspirations of claimant communities for redress and justice. Formal negotiations commenced in 2012, and today, 14 years later, we stand before this House proud to say that the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, together with sandparks, claimant communities, and many dedicated stakeholders, have achieved a milestone that many has once believed is impossible to reach. We do not celebrate this achievement, however, without acknowledging the sacrifices that came before it. Some members of those claimant communities are no longer with us today, and they were not there to witness this historic moment. We remember their perseverance, we remember their patience, and we remember their belief that one day a democratic South Africa would find a fair and lasting solution. This agreement is also part of their legacy. Deputy Speaker, the road to this moment was not always smooth. There were delays, there were disagreements, there were frustrations, there were difficult conversations, and there were moments when trust was tested and moments where progress appeared painfully slow. But these challenges were not signs of failure. They were the realities of transforming systems that were never designed to be inclusive. They were the realities of building consensus in a democracy. and they were also the realities of pursuing justice while simultaneously protecting one of the world's greatest conservation areas. What matters is that we never abandoned the process and that all parties remained committed to dialogue. What matters is that we remained focused on finding common ground, and today that commitment has borne fruit. This agreement demonstrates that meaningful redress can be achieved through partnership, through patience, and through mutual respect. At a time when our nation continues to grapple with poverty, with inequality and unemployment, this agreement offers a powerful example of what can be achieved when government, communities, and conservation institutions work together towards a common purpose. It is in many respects a practical expression of the spirit of the GNU, a recognition that our greatest challenges can only be overcome when we build bridges rather than walls, and when we seek solutions rather than division. Honourable Speaker, the beneficiation scheme affirms a principle that lies at the heart of modern conservation, and that is that conservation must create value not only for biodiversity, but also for people. In the past 100 years, the Kruger National Park was extremely successful. It balanced three things. It balanced conservation, it balanced scientific research, and it balanced tourism. We are adding another leg to that table, and that leg is community involvement. And I can promise you that a four-legged table is much more stable than a three-legged one. The future of conservation in South Africa depends on communities seeing themselves not as spectators, but as partners and beneficiaries. As partners, they will also have the best interests of the Kruger Park at heart. As one of the community leaders told me when we signed this agreement, he said, "Minister, now that we will benefit from Kruger, I can guarantee you that our communities will go out of their way to protect Kruger." And I think that is commendable. This agreement advances the transformation objectives contained in the white paper on conservation and sustainable use. It promotes inclusion, it strengthens participation, and it opens pathways for meaningful economic opportunities. It acknowledges that protecting nature and uplifting people are not competing objectives. They are complementary objectives. When communities benefit from conservation, conservation itself will become stronger. Let me be clear. This agreement is not an endpoint. It is a foundation upon which economic opportunities, skills development, enterprise participation, tourism benefits, and long-term partnerships will grow to the benefit of those communities as well as to the benefit of the Kruger National Park. The true measures of success will not be found in the signing ceremony. It will be found in the lives that are changed. It will be found in the opportunities that are created, and it will be found in safeguarding the Kruger National Park. This agreement provides certainty. It confirms that claimant communities understand that the Kruger National Park will remain a protected area, and it will remain a national conservation asset, and that residential occupation within the park will never be allowed. At the same time, it formally establishes mechanisms through which communities can derive meaningful and lasting benefits from the park's success without it being handouts, but creating opportunities. This is not a one-way street, Madam Deputy Speaker. This agreement will benefit communities, it will benefit conservation, and it will benefit the Kruger National Park, and ultimately this agreement will benefit all South Africans. Let's work together. Let's implement this. Let's make communities part of conservation, and let conservation and tourism work for our communities as well. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Galma.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Minister wants South Africans to believe and celebrate that the signing of the Kruger beneficiation scheme was a success. We are told that it was restoration. We are told that it is empowerment. We are told that it is justice. The Mkhonto Wesizwe Party disagrees. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party rejects the attempt to present this scheme as a historic victory, where the fundamental question of justice remains unanswered. The minister speaks of empowerment, reconciliation, and restoration, but where is the restoration of ownership? Where is the restoration of land? Where is the restoration of economic control? The descendants of those who were forcibly removed from their ancestral land are once again being told to celebrate promises instead of rights. Let us be brutally honest. The communities surrounding Kruger did not lodge claims because they wanted a share of tourism revenue. They lodged claims because they wanted justice for stolen land. They wanted recognition.
Honourable member, please pause for a minute. Members on the virtual platform, please make sure that your microphones are or rather muted, because if it continues and you are again guilty of that, I will have to ask you to please be removed from the platform. My apologies. Honourable Gama, please proceed.
They wanted recognition that their ancestors were forcibly removed to create a conservation model designed during colonialism and apartheid. Today, government is effectively telling them, you cannot get your land back, but we will allow you to benefit from it. The minister proudly tells us that the communities will benefit from Kruger, yet nowhere in his statement does it disclose the exact value of these benefits. Nowhere does it tell South Africans how much money will flow to each claimant community. Nowhere does it disclose what percentage of tourism revenue, concession revenue, hunting revenue, accommodation revenue, or commercial revenue will be transferred to the rightful landowners. MKP asks a simple question. How can Parliament celebrate a beneficiation scheme when the beneficiaries themselves do not know precisely what they will receive? We have reviewed the department's APP and the SANPAC's APP and the BRL findings over several years. We find repeated references to transformation, community participation, stakeholder engagement, and beneficiation. However, there remains a glaring absence of measurable targets showing exactly how much wealth is being transferred from conservation assets to historically dispossessed communities. The minister says this agreement took 14 years to negotiate. 14 years. That alone is an indictment on the state. 14 years of meetings, consultations.
Please take your seat. Honourable Reddy, your hand is raised on the platform. What is your point of order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I do not want to disturb the Speaker, but there are members on the virtual platform who I think are now deliberately trying to blur these important points raised by Honourable Gama. If you could give him some extra time and identify those members who are doing this and remove them from the platform, please. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Reddy, honourable members. Honourable Reddy, you have now used more of the time of your own speaker. So please refrain from doing that. Honourable Gama, my apologies that Honourable Reddy now interfered with your speech. Please proceed.
We talk about 14 years of meetings, consultations, workshops, and negotiations while communities surrounding Kruger continue to suffer from poverty, unemployment, and underdevelopment. 14 years later, government still cannot tell Parliament exactly how much financial value these communities will receive annually. MKP believes that the people who historically own this land should not merely be passive recipients of benefits determined by SANPACs and government. They should be recognized as rightful stakeholders with substantial ownership interest in the economic activities generated by the land that was stolen from them. The minister claims communities have accepted that they cannot return to reside in the park. We ask whether that acceptance was freely negotiated or whether communities were simply presented with a conservation model that left them with no meaningful alternatives. Conservation cannot become a permanent justification for denying African people ownership of their ancestral land while the state continues to generate revenue from that same land. Deputy Speaker, the department's own APPs continue to speak about inclusive conservation, community development, and socio-economic transformation. Yet many communities around protected areas remain among the poorest in this country. If conservation is truly benefiting people, where is the evidence of significant reduction in poverty around Kruger? Where are the figures showing how many jobs have been permanently created? How many community-owned enterprises have been established? How much revenue has reached households rather than consultants and intermediaries? The MKP supports environmental conservation, but we reject conservation that perpetuates historical exclusion. We reject a model where government retains control, where SunPark retains control, where tourism operators cannot retain control, while indigenous communities receive only limited benefits and ceremonial recognition. The minister tells us this agreement is a foundation. We agree it is a foundation. It is only a foundation. Yet foundations are meaningless if they are built without transparency, without measurable financial commitments, and without genuine economic ownership for claimant communities. Before this House applauds, the minister must disclose the following. What is the total annual monetary value of benefits expected to flow to each claimant community? The percentage of Kruger's revenue allocated to communities, the governance structures controlling these funds, the number of jobs and enterprises guaranteed under the scheme, the timelines for implementation, and independent monitoring. Until these questions are answered, Parliament is being asked to endorse a framework without knowing its true value. For these reasons, MKP cannot support the minister's attempt to portray this agreement as a completed success story. We view it as an unfinished process whose real test will be whether it delivers tangible wealth and genuine empowerment to the rightful landowners of the Kruger landscape. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Marais.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I just want to say happy belated birthday. It was your birthday yesterday. Chairperson, on the 31st of May 1926, 100 years ago, the Kruger National Park was established as a pioneer in the field of biodiversity conservation. Prior to it, the Sabi Game Reserve was proclaimed as such by Paul Kruger in 1898. The setting aside of huge tracts of land for conservation was premised on two things at the time. The first fundamental factor was the dispossession of land from African people who call what we now know as Kruger their home. The second was the conceptualization of conservation as an exclusionary sector by one of the benefits of the European settlers minority in this country. These fundamental principles governing conservation thinking in South Africa have not changed. The basic beneficiation scheme framework agreement for the National Park, Kruger National Park, is essential an attempt to assimilate African people whose land was forcefully taken into the frame of thinking whose origins are premised on African dispossession. For 100 years, communities of Aribane, Matabane, Mahasi, Palabora, and Mashamale, Silibani, and Mokuzani, as well as Matikani communities who were removed from their ancestral land, have watched as wealth, tourism, investment, economic opportunities were generated from land that once belonged to their forefathers. For 100 years, the descendants of these communities carried the burden of historical dispossession while waiting for meaningful restitution. It is therefore necessary to ask, apart from giving the dispossessed community crumbs from the conservation framework that was used to dispossess them, what is substantively different from the beneficiation scheme framework? It is going to grant African people their land back? Is it going to ensure that at the very least Africans benefit from the land? Why is it made so explicit that the beneficiation agreement does not include the rights of those communities to reside in designated areas in the park? The fundamental question, therefore, this house is not whether communities should benefit from the Kruger National Park. The fundamental question is whether communities that were dispossessed from their land will ever regain meaningful ownership, control, and authority over the land. Government presents this agreement as a major breakthrough after 10 years of negotiations. Yet after 10 years of discussions and 100 years since the establishment of the park, the land remains under state control, while the descendants of those who were removed are expected to celebrate access to opportunities on the land that was once theirs. The community who lost their lands were not fighting for bursaries. They were not fighting for procurement contracts. They were not fighting for concession opportunities. They were not fighting for restoration of their land dignity, and they were fighting for restoration of their land dignity and historical rights. The EFF non-negotiable pillar of expropriation of land remains fundamentally centered on the thorny issue of land ownership by rightful owners. For the EFF, expropriation and restoration of land remains central to the pursuit of justice. No amount of economic beneficiation can replace ownership. No amount of participation can substitute for restoration. We are also concerned about the government's arrangements surrounding their scheme. History has shown that many well-intended programs became a vehicle for elite enrichment, while ordinary community members remain excluded from meaningful benefits. Government must therefore provide guarantees that benefits arising from tourism, commercial concession, procurement opportunities, and development initiatives will reach the broader communities and not a select few individuals. Communities must not merely be consulted, they must be presented. They must not merely be beneficiaries, they must be decision makers. They must not merely receive opportunities, they must receive authority over matters affecting their ancestral heritage. As South African marked 100 years of Kruger National Park, we must ensure that the next century is not defined by some inequalities that categorize the last. Thank you, Chairperson. Vote EFF on the 4th of November. Thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Ngobese.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and good day to honourable members. The Inkatha Freedom Party welcomes the signing of this beneficiation scheme framework agreement between the government, SANParks, and the Clement Community Association associated with the Kruger National Park. This agreement marks an important milestone in South Africa, the ongoing journey towards restorative justice. For the IFP, land has never been just an economic asset. It is a source of identity, dignity, heritage, and belonging. It connects communities to their history, and future generation. This dispossession of land was therefore not just a loss of property, but also a disruption of livelihood, culture, and community life. We therefore welcome the recognition that conservation and readdress the need not be in conflict. The Clement communities who have waited many years for this moment deserve acknowledgement for their patience, resilience, and commitment to negotiated solution. We also remember those who pursued this claim but did not live to see this day. We have long maintained that communities must be partners in conversation, not just spectators. The sustainability of protected areas depends on ensuring that neighboring communities share in the benefits generated by these national assets. The commitment to enterprise development, skills training, employment opportunities, and participation in tourism-related activities therefore represent a positive step towards inclusive conversation. Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the real work begins now. South Africans have seen many agreements signed with a great promise only to be followed by delays and limited implementations. The success of this framework will be measured by whether it delivers tangible improvements in their lives especially for the ordinary people. Therefore, the IFP calls for a transparent implementation, accountable governance, and equitable benefit sharing. As Kruger National Park enters its second century, let this agreement become a model for how conservation, justice, and community development can advance together for the benefit of present and future generations to come. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Peters.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Patriotic Alliance welcomes the signing of the Beneficiation Scheme Framework Agreement between SANParks and the claimant communities around the Kruger National Park. For far too long, communities who carry the burden of historical dispossession have waited for meaningful recognition and tangible benefits from the very land to which they hold deep cultural and historical ties. 14 years of negotiations is a long time to wait for justice. But today we acknowledge an important step in the right direction. The PA maintains that conservation cannot exist in isolation from the people who live alongside our protected areas. Communities must not merely be spectators while tourists, corporate business, and government benefit from the wealth generated by our natural heritage. They must be active partners, direct beneficiaries, and owners of the land. However, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the true test of this agreement will not be found in speeches, ceremonies, or signed documents. It will be found in implementation. The people living around the Kruger do not need promises. They need jobs. They need tourism opportunities. They need access to enterprise development. They need skills programs that empower young people to become guides, conservationists, entrepreneurs, and business owners. The Patriotic Alliance therefore calls on the Department and SANParks to ensure that the benefits outlined in this agreement are transparent, measurable, and felt by ordinary families. We also believe this model should serve as an example across South Africa where conservation and economic empowerment work together. Both nature and communities thrive. The Kruger National Park is a national asset, but it must also become a catalyst for local economic growth and poverty reduction. If implemented correctly, this agreement can demonstrate that conservation is not only about protecting wildlife, it is also about restoring dignity, creating opportunities, and building prosperous communities. The Patriotic Alliance will support every initiative that places people at the center of development while safeguarding South Africa's natural heritage for future generations. I thank you.
Honorable Boshoff.
Agbare Adjunkspeaker, baie dankie. Die denke oor bewaring en omgewingsbewaring reg oor die wêreld het 'n sekere patroon gevolg wat in Suid-Afrika ook die geval was. Hier rondom die draai van die eeu na die 1900s het die aarde die ongelooflike merk bereik van 5 miljoen inwoners. Kan jy dit glo? En die gedagte het posgevat dat ons het sekere gedeeltes wat ons eenvoudig moet uitsit, moet reserveer vir die natuur, dat daar iets van bewaar kan bly. Dit het ongelooflik toegeneem tot die ondenkbare getal van 7,5 miljoen teen 1926 althans. En dit is die stadium waarop die Kruger Nasionale Park met sy huidige grense geproklameer is. Nou op daai stadium het dit eintlik maar net gegaan daaroor om 'n stuk wildernis te beskerm soos wat daaroor gedink is en die mense wat daar gewoon het is as minder belangrik geag. Teen die 1950s het dit duidelik geword dat daar ook 'n ekonomiese aspek in sal moet wees. Hierdie gebiede wat afgesonder word vir bewaring sal tog ook ekonomies produktief moet wees. Teen die 1980s het dit duidelik geword dat die bewaring en ontwikkeling nie meer van mekaar kan skei nie. Jy kan nie sê, hier waar ons ontwikkel, vernietig ons alles en ons gee nie om wat aangaan, wat ons doodmaak in die proses, wat vernietig word, want daar ander kant, daar bewaar ons nie. Nee, dit kan nie meer so werk nie. Hier waar jy moet ontwikkel, moet jy dit op ekologiese manier doen. Daar waar jy bewaar, moet jy dit op 'n manier doen wat die ekonomie en ook die mense in die omgewing beskerm. En dit is waar ons vandag trek met 66 miljoen mense in Suid-Afrika, waar daar eenvoudig nie meer ruimte voor is om te sê, hier bewaar ons net, en daar woon ons net, en daar produseer ons net nie. Ons moet oral bewaar, elke ontwikkelingspraktyk, elke ekonomiese praktyk, elke menslike aktiwiteit moet gekenmerk word daardeur dat dit die omgewing in ag neem, dat dit sorg vir sosiale, maatskaplike, kulturele volhoubaarheid naas ekologiese volhoubaarheid en naas ekonomiese lewensvatbaarheid. Daarom dat 'n mens wel kan sien dat dit noodsaaklik is om dinge wat in die verlede verkeerd gegaan het reg te stel, maar om iets reg te stel kan nie altyd beteken om dit om te keer nie. Jy kan die horlosie nie terugdraai nie. Jy kan nuwe geleenthede skep. Jy kan sorg dat die ekonomiese enginekamer vir Suid-Afrika, soos wat die Kreer Wildtuin is, dat hy werk nie net vir die mense wat dit kom besoek nie, nie net vir die mense wat direk vir die parkeraad werk nie, maar ook vir die mense omringend. Ek dink die departement het in hierdie geval daarin geslaag. Baie dankie.
The Honourable Beasley.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Action SA welcomes the signing of the Kruger National Park Beneficiation Scheme Framework Agreement as a positive step towards ensuring that conservation and economic inclusion work together rather than against one another. For too long, South Africans have been presented with a false choice: either protect our natural heritage or create opportunities for communities. This agreement demonstrates that both can be achieved when government, conservation authorities, and local communities work together towards a common objective. The communities surrounding our national park should not merely be spectators to the economic value generated by conservation. They should be active participants and beneficiaries through enterprise development, tourism opportunities, skills development, and meaningful economic inclusion. Action SA has been critical of the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, where conservation objectives have not been matched by effective implementation. We therefore welcome this initiative while recognizing that the signing ceremony is only the beginning. The true measure of success will not be found in photographs and well-delivered speeches. It will be found in the number of sustainable businesses created, the jobs supported, the opportunities unlocked for local communities, and the continued protection of one of South Africa's most important conservation assets. We also urge the Department and SANParks to ensure that the implementation of this agreement is transparent, accountable, and protected from the risk of political interference or elite capture. If implemented effectively, this agreement can serve as a model for how conservation can deliver both environmental protection and economic empowerment. I thank you.
ACDP.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the ACDP would like to congratulate SANParks on the 100th anniversary of the establishment of the Kruger National Park. And it is then fitting that this beneficiation scheme framework agreement has been signed at this time, and we thus welcome the Minister's statement in this regard. We do understand that the land question is very emotive. It's a very emotive subject, and we've always supported responsible land reform programs as part of redress for wrongs of the past, including the Restitution of Land Act of 1994, align restitution with compensation. The Kruger National Park land claims were lodged way back in the early 2000s, and it was only in 2008 when the park was recognized by Cabinet as a strategic national asset. There was very clearly the need for equitable redress in terms of existing restitution legislation. It is always important to safeguard this natural heritage whilst at the same time respecting and recognizing the dignity of claimant communities. The negotiations began in 2012, way back when, in a number of years, which is why this framework is very important. But it is regrettable that it took so long to finalize. But as indicated by the Minister, the process has not been without challenges. This due to delays in the finalization of the process, disagreements and legitimate concerns raised by various communities. It is very regrettable that a number of the claimant communities have passed on without experiencing this significant framework. We trust that the signing of this agreement will inspire others to work together and to have those difficult conversations and collaborate towards finding common ground on difficult issues. This scheme affirms that conservation must deliver value not only for biodiversity but also for local communities. And we share the view that the future of conservation must be one of inclusive stewardship, where local communities are partners, where benefits are shared, and where development and biodiversity protection reinforce each other. We want to stress that the benefits must be measurable to ensure that communities do not become disillusioned with the framework. Given the high levels of poaching at sandparks, it is crucial that these local communities benefit, as they will then join forces with government in fighting poaching and other illegal activities. And it is encouraging to hear the minister referring to a member of a local community saying they will now protect the park. I thank you.
The UDM, do we have a speaker for the UDM? Not. We then continue to Honourable Garner.
Oh, champion, yeah. Now, Ken, some Tramastul. So, Minister, when a scheme of this nature is designed to be owned by everyone, it ends up being owned by no one. Whilst we welcome the scheme itself, the beneficiation scheme, but we must accept that it's only the first step. Because without individual share ownership in the scheme, the success of this scheme will be very, very limited. So schemes of this nature need to achieve two things. One is restorative justice. Secondly is economic growth. And by this, from ourselves as Rise Mzansi, it's individual or household specific economic emancipation. So what we would like to see, which is missing from your statement, it's how will individual households benefit from this? Because here's the thing, I'm from Limpopo, in Tzaneen. So in Tzaneen, there's the Mahova tea estate. It was transferred to the community. Now it's a shadow of its former self because it was owned by no one. For those who are also from Limpopo like me, there's the Zibediela citrus estate transferred to the community. It was said to be a community-owned project, but because no one had a share in this scheme, it's now run to ground. So when I read your statement, and this what you are celebrating today, and I'm like, where are the individuals? I hear the community. So when you say of the community, usually you are referring to the chief and his people, and those will tend to be the ones that benefit. But where are the individual families? How is this scheme designed to benefit individual families? And how will the benefit be passed on from this generation to the next generation? Because the way you have presented it is that the only way you can benefit from this scheme is if you continue to stay in those communities. So for those that decide that because of economic emancipation, they go and reside in other areas, they cannot even transact on this scheme that you have presented today. So on the surface, Minister, it looks good. But to the individuals that are not closer to the chief, I can tell you now, they are going to benefit very little. Because in 2 years' time, you'll be coming here if you'll still be in the position, and you'll tell us about the leadership disputes that are in this particular scheme. So when you respond, please respond in terms of how individual and households are going to benefit from this scheme.
Do we have a speaker from Bosa? ATM? Al Jamar? NCC. We then proceed to the Honourable Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development.
Deputy Speaker, can I speak whilst my video is not on because of a network, Deputy Speaker?
Please proceed, Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister Ocampo, today marks an important moment in South Africa's land restitution journey. The signing of this framework agreement gives practical meaning to redress for communities whose history remains deeply connected to the Kruger National Park. For the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, restitution is not complete when a claim is recognized or when a settlement is concluded. It must be felt in the lives of people. It must restore dignity. It must create access to opportunity. It must support livelihoods, enterprise, skills development, jobs and community development. The Kruger National Park is one of South Africa's most important national assets. Its conservation status must remain protected. That responsibility is clear. At the same time, communities linked to this land must not stand outside the benefits created through the park. Their history cannot be acknowledged only in principle. It must be reflected in practical outcomes. This agreement responds to that responsibility, Minister. It provides a platform for claimant communities to participate in commercial opportunities, procurement, enterprise development, bursaries, skills programs, employment pathways, and community projects. It also provides the governance structure needed to manage these benefits fairly and accountably. We must acknowledge that this process has taken many years and that communities have carried the expectation with patience and dignity. Some elders who carried this struggle are no longer with us today. Their commitment must not be forgotten. That places a duty on all of us. The signing of this agreement must not become another document in the system. It must become a working commitment, followed by a clear action and visible benefit. I wish to acknowledge all those who were involved, the ministers and parks officials from both departments, and the claimant communities who stayed with this process through difficult years. Today, we confirm that restitution, conservation, and development can be brought together when communities are treated as partners and when public institutions act with purpose. From this point, the focus must move firmly to deliver. Let this agreement improve lives. Let it strengthen trust. Let it show that land restitution can carry justice into practical outcomes for the people it is meant to serve. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Ocampo. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Good. No speaker. Honourable De Blok.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the signing of the beneficiation scheme, framework agreement with the last 7 communities surrounding the Kruger National Park concludes a decades-long process to restore dignity and deliver justice. The Kruger is rightfully celebrated worldwide as a conservation and tourism wonder, but the forced evictions and dispossession of communities from their land are among its most painful chapters. Restitution in this regard was not just a constitutional prerogative, but a moral one. It was a long and frustrating process, but there is finally an agreement in place that does right by the affected families and communities while preserving the integrity of the park as one of the world's premier conservation areas and wildlife destinations. We thank the Minister and the SANParks leadership, especially Chief Luvuani Matsila, for delivering a just outcome and restoring dignity to the dispossessed. These agreements are strong examples of effective land restitution and true transformation in action as envisioned by our Constitution. It must be said that the process took much too long and spanned no fewer than 6 ministers of environment. It is notable, therefore, that it was finally concluded under the Government of National Unity with the Democratic Alliance entrusted with responsibility for this portfolio. At the end of May, I had the special honor of being invited as a member of the relevant portfolio committee to attend the Kruger National Park's centenary celebrations in Skukuza. This was when these agreements were signed. Given the significance of both the centenary celebrations and the conclusion of these agreements, I had hoped to see broader participation from political leaders across all spheres of government. Several premiers, MECs, MPs, and mayors were simply absent. One dignitary that did attend was the Premier of Mpumalanga, and I think he captured the spirit of the event very well when he said, and I quote, "For Mpumalanga, the Kruger National Park is not just an environmental treasure, it is our economic crown jewel. It drives inclusive growth, creates vital jobs for our youth, and fuels our tourism industry. As we look forward to the next century, our provincial commitment remains unwavering. As Mpumalanga, we are proud that the Kruger National Park continues to showcase our province to the world." These are powerful words, which I wholeheartedly endorse. They also stand in stark contrast to his party's support alongside the MK and EFF for a motion in the Mpumalanga provincial legislature to change the park's name. Kruger is internationally recognized, is one of South Africa's most important tourism assets, and supports thousands of jobs and livelihoods in a corner of South Africa where 1 in every 2 people cannot find a job. Risking their economic crown jewel, as the Premier put it, for the sake of symbolism is not transformation. It is performative politics that runs directly against the interests of the people we represent. Fortunately, the power to implement such a name change lies outside the provincial legislature with the national minister. As long as the DA is responsible for this portfolio, we will continue to put the interests of South Africans first. Symbolic battles do not deliver transformation. Practical outcomes do. Communities asked for opportunities, jobs, training, enterprise development, and a stake in the success of the park. That is exactly what these agreements will deliver. At a time when South Africa continues to debate land reform, the Kruger agreements offer an important lesson. Restitution and transformation need not come at the expense of conservation, investment, or economic growth. Through patient negotiation and constitutional processes, land rights can be recognized while preserving assets that benefit both local communities and the country as a whole. This is what successful land reform looks like, restoring rights while preserving value. The signing of the beneficiation agreements marks the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. The real test now lies in implementation, as many of my colleagues have said. The benefits must reach ordinary community members in a transparent and accountable manner. These agreements show that constitutional land restitution, conservation objectives, and economic growth are not in competition with one another. In fact, they can strengthen one another. Before I close, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to address some of the comments from the other speakers, particularly those from the MK and EFF who came up here and said, reject, reject, reject. They should get this, they should get their land. You claim to represent those communities' views, but you know who didn't reject these agreements is the communities themselves. I was there. I talked to them. I saw the dancing. I saw the applause. The communities know what the terms of agreements are, and they are they are happy with them. I'll just leave you with the fact that it's not your job to stand here as an MP and tell the people outside what they deserve and what they want. It's your job to go out and listen to the people and bring that news back.
Honorable De Block, please take your seat. There's a point of order. Yes, honorable member. What is honorable member in front of? Honorable members, there is a member on the floor that I want to listen to. Yes, please proceed.
There are some things that we can take, but we can't take insults. We can't take insults because I think to insult us on such a critical issue of land, it's
Honorable member, you are not honorable member.
We can't be insulted.
Honorable member, this is
And
not.
this member is insulting us.
Honorable member.
It's insulting our dignity. It's insulting our being as a people.
Honorable member.
And that cannot be accepted, and they must know it in this particular
Member.
house that he does not know anything about
Honourable
the
Member,
pain
I am
that we have
speaking to you.
suffered as a people. He
Honourable
doesn't know that,
Member.
and he must not.
Honourable Member, I am speaking to you. That is not a specific point of order. You are now coming into a debate, and in this House, we have robust debates. Honourable Member, I am speaking. You do not have to agree with any member. This is what debate is all about. And that is my ruling. That is not a point of order. Honourable Nodada, what is your point of order?
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order on using unparliamentary language. I mean, the member may be insulted all he wants, but he can't accuse our members of being insulting to them when they're speaking the truth on the podium, having spoken to communities.
Honourable,
So can you please withdraw that? And if he hasn't been to that community, maybe he must be on the ground and stop being insulted in the House here. Thank you so much.
Honourable Nodada, that is also a point of argument, and I'm not sustaining that point of order. We will now proceed. Honourable Member, do you have a new point of order? Because I have now ruled on this point.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to ask, what is South African about the name Kruger National Park?
Honourable Member, it is not question time. We are busy with statements. We will now proceed. Honourable de Block.
You might feel insulted, Deputy Speaker, but what is insulting is when people come up as political leaders and misrepresent their community's views. The Kruger is now 100 years old, and the next century of Kruger will be defined not by dispossession, but by partnership, not by exclusion, but by opportunity, and not by division.
The African National Congress has long declared in its Ready to Govern document that the central objective of our economic policy is to build strong, dynamic and balanced economy. The economy must be directed towards eliminating poverty and the extreme inequalities created by the apartheid system, while also advancing the democratization of the economy and empowering the historically oppressed. It is within this transformative vision that we welcome the signing of the Kruger National Park Beneficiation Scheme Framework Agreement. As the park approaches its centenary, this agreement represents a historic turning point, not only for conservation, but for justice. For decades, conservation in South Africa has existed alongside the painful legacy of dispossession. Communities who were forcefully removed from their land have often remained excluded from the economic value generated by the land. Today, we take a decisive step towards correcting that injustice. This agreement is not merely an administrative settlement, it is a practical expression of Goal 4 of the 2023 White Paper on the Conservation and Sustainable Use of South Africa's Biodiversity, which calls for a transformed sector rooted in equitable rights, shared ownership, and inclusive participation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC views this beneficiation scheme as a cornerstone of restorative justice. It transforms land claims which have long been associated with trauma and exclusion into instruments of economic empowerment. It sends a clear message: conservation must no longer exclude, but rather include. It must not only preserve ecosystems, but uplift people. We are hopeful that through this scheme, historically marginalized communities will now be positioned as active participants in the economic life of the Kruger National Park through these three key pillars, amongst others: concession, which refers to preferential access to eco-tourism opportunities,
enterprise development, which provides support to community-owned businesses to integrate into the SANParks supply chain. Direct investment, outlining mechanisms for claimants, communities to share in the revenue generated by the park's global brand. Honorable members, the success of this initiative will depend on implementation. SANParks must continue evolving from a traditional custodian of biodiversity into a true facilitator of socio-economic inclusion. This requires capable, ethical, and visionary leadership. Leadership that ensures strong governance and transparency so that benefits each legitimate community beneficiaries and are not diverted by intermediaries. We need a robust capacity building programs to equip communities with the skills required to meet the high standards of tourism and conservation industries. Equally, we need effective conflict resolution mechanism to balance conservation priorities with the developmental needs of the surrounding communities. Against this backdrop, the ANC calls for the clear plans and timelines. The signing of the beneficiation scheme framework agreement should not merely be a symbol of aimless intentions, but rather a demonstration of action-based transformation. We want to know, when will the communities begin to see the tangible benefits? How will the support be structured to ensure that economic opportunities are sustainable and inclusive? And how will government ensure that this scheme delivers real change on the ground? Honorable Deputy Speaker, we support a vision that links a prosperity of communities directly to the health of our ecosystem. When communities benefit, they become the strongest defenders of biodiversity. Their livelihoods become intertwined with the survival of wildlife and natural habitats. In this way, conservation becomes not a burden, but a shared national asset. Moreover, the scheme advances social justice. It restores dignity and acknowledges historical injustice. It also affirms the cultural and heritage rights of claimant communities. As we commemorate the centenary of the Kruger National Park under the leadership of President Cyril Ramaphosa, we mark a shift from a spectator observation to inclusive stewardship. Importantly, the structure of the scheme recognizes that while the land claimants under state-managed conservation, commercial and non-commercial benefits must flow meaningfully into the communities. On the commercial side, communities should be able to gain access to wealth creation and job opportunities through tourism, business participation, and investment. While on the non-commercial side, we should see equally important interventions that strengthen long-term development, such as heritage preservation initiatives, where SANParks works with traditional leaders to document and project indigenous knowledge and historical sites within the park, amongst other things. Honorable members, the true measure of this initiative will not lie only in revenue generated or hectares conserved. It will be measured in the strength of partnership built, opportunities created, and in the dignity restored to communities who have waited far too long to share in the wealth of this land. This is the transformation we seek, a South Africa where conservation and development walk hand in hand, where economic inclusion is not an aspiration, but a reality, and where our national heritage serves all our people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. Honourable House Chairperson, it is both disappointing and
Honourable Member on the virtual platform, Betty, Honourable Betty, can you please mute your microphone? Please continue, Honourable Minister. I didn't call you Betty, but you may continue, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. Honourable House Chairperson, it is both disappointing and revealing to witness the criticism directed at the Kruger beneficiation scheme by the MK and the EFF. These are the parties, the very parties, that repeatedly claim to champion economic empowerment, transformation, and the inclusion of historic disadvantaged communities in the mainstream economy. Yet, when government implements practical programs that do exactly that, they suddenly find a reason to oppose them. Claimant communities were overjoyed with this outcome. Go and ask them. I don't think you have. I don't think you've spoken with them. You've got no mandate to speak on their behalf. And if you do, you must at least do the bit of trouble and find out what their opinions are and not enforce your own political ideologies.
Honourable Minister, will you just take a seat? Why do you want to be recognized, Honourable Member?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I rise in Rule 84. The Minister's misleading the House. You can't say that we're not consulting our members.
Remember,
and
that's not a point of order.
Him and his people. don't
Honourable
know
Member,
what's happening
that's
on the
not a point of order, it's a point for debate. Please continue, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. House Chairperson. House Chairperson, claimant communities were overjoyed with this outcome. It took them a long time to agree to the terms and the conditions because they had proper legal advisors. The question is whether the MK party and the EFF members speak on their behalf. As I said, you haven't consulted them. Or are you undermining the community's ability to conclude on their own behalf? Do you think you are the only ones that can speak on their behalf? No, you are not.
Honourable
They
Minister,
are.
will you just take your seat again, Honourable Member? What is the point of order?
Again, under Rule 84, the Minister is misleading the House. He cannot
Member,
claim that our members have not been to that
Honourable
community.
Member,
He has no knowledge of that, Mr.
I've
Chair.
made a ruling in terms of
People are wanting our land back with
Honourable
any
Member.
of these GNU.
Honourable Member, I now name you. I now name you. In terms of Rule 84, I've made and I've clarified the point that it's a point for debate, and that ruling stands. And if, no, that's not relevant now, Honourable Member. And if you continue in that vein, I will have to remove you from the chamber. Please continue, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. If you were at those communities, and if you did speak with them, you would have supported this because they do. So don't claim that you spoke with them, but then actually, if you speak with them, then you disagree with them. So go and tell them that you disagree with them. Don't fight you with me and political grandstand. They agreed to this agreement.
Honourable Minister, there's another point of order. In terms of which rule do you want to be recognized, Honourable Member?
I want to ask the minister if he can take a question about why.
Honourable Member, you should know better that you first ask if the minister will take a question, and then thereafter you put the question. You don't just carry on with the question. Honourable Minister, are you prepared to take a question?
Honourable Chairperson, if they went to the community, they might have...
Honourable Minister, are you
No,
prepared to take a
no, I'm
question?
not.
Do not, please proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson,
Can we respond?
it seems as if political grandstanding is standing in the way of what is in the interest of communities. So whilst you are grandstanding and playing politics, my department and Sandparks will be there. We will implement this and we will act in the best interest of these communities. The Kruger beneficiation scheme was established with a simple but important objective, and that is to ensure that communities living adjacent to the Kruger National Park derive meaningful economic benefits from the natural resources and opportunities that exist in the areas of which they have been successful. If you knew what went on, Honourable Gama and Honourable Mare of the EFF that are talking about land that must go back to the people. These land claims were already finalized in 2015.
Honourable Minister, will you just take your seat, please? Honourable Member, why do you want to be recognized and in terms of which rule?
Rising on Rule 84, that the minister is misleading.
Honourable Member, I've made a ruling. You are now challenging my ruling.
No,
I've ruled on the matter. I said it's a point for political debate. And you are now raising, I've mentioned to the Honorable Douglas that I'm naming him. The consequences of that is if you continue challenging that rule, I will also name you and ask you to leave the House. Okay, thank you. Please proceed, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Just to make it clear, these land claims were already concluded in 2015. This is not about finalizing a land claim, it's about finalizing a condition to the land claim that's already been done. And should you have done your homework, you would have known that. But you don't. So what we see here is communities that already own certain portions of the Kruger National Park that realize that the best thing that can happen with them is to form part of the benefit coming out of that. And to realize that the Kruger National Park as an asset should be protected. And as a conservation area, they don't want to go and live in there. They don't. They want the right to go and be there, to visit it, to collect things like Mopani worms under the rules and guidance of the Kruger National Park. But if you studied it, and if you read through this, you would have known that, but you don't. To give you another idea, Honorable Chairperson, this agreement was signed with all of the 7 land claimant communities.
Yeah, please note my hand.
A couple of months ago, it was only 4 of the 7 that wanted to sign. When the other 3 saw what was presented, and when the other 3 communities...
Honorable Minister, there's a point of order on the virtual platform. Honorable Manyi, why do you want to be recognized?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Will the Minister take a question?
Honorable Minister,
No.
are you at this stage, this is the second time that the Minister has been asked if you want a question. Seems to me he's not interested in taking a question at this stage. You will thus continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. So there are 7 land claimant communities, 4 of which, up to 2 months ago, were the only ones that was willing to sign this. When I entered into negotiations, and when we spoke with the other 3, they came back to us, and they asked us to be part of this. We would have gone ahead and signed with the 4 communities that was willing to be participants hereof, without forcing anybody to go into this. But when those communities saw what's on the table, saw the benefits for those communities, saw the benefit for Kruger, they came to us and asked us to become involved in this. So maybe you should go and speak to them before you criticize the decisions that they have made. It is important that we now get to a point of implementation. I agree with you, Honorable Peters. I agree with everybody that spoke about implementation. A piece of paper is nothing. The results of that is what is going to determine the success of it. And as the Kruger National Park, sandparks, I see that I'm getting a lot of, I don't know whether it's support from the right, but as the Kruger National Park and sandparks and the DFFE, we will now do everything in our power to implement this. The success will be shown by the commitment and the success of the communities, how they derive benefits out of this, as well as how does Kruger derive benefits out of their involvement. Honorable Ghana, you said that schemes like this are often owned by no one. You underestimate the Kruger National Park, my friend. The Kruger National Park are owned by all of us. It's not Sepico or some tea plantation in Magubaskloof. This is our heritage. These communities are not the same as those communities that you refer to. These were successful land claimant communities. They own certain parts of the land here. They are the owners. Sandparks manages the Kruger National Park. And if you go and read this agreement, you would see how this agreement refers to the individuals that will benefit out of this, the bursaries that will go to individuals, the opportunities that will be created. But you must be very careful, Honorable Ghana, to again not sideline the importance of traditional leadership. Those communities have got their leadership. We will not only speak with the leadership, we will speak with the communities. But don't act in such a way that you disrespect and disregard the importance of those traditional leaders. Honorable Chairperson, what we have achieved here is not due to me. It's not due to Sandbox alone. It's not due to the department or the communities. It has been a collaborative effort of a lot of people that wants to make a difference. What is astonishing is that those who routinely accuse government of excluding Black communities from economic empowerment are now attacking the program that is delivering this. This is a clear indication of what can be done if transformation and redress is done in the correct way. The people living around the Kruger National Park deserve more than political grandstanding. They deserve opportunities. They deserve sustainable livelihoods and a fair share of the benefits generated by one of our country's greatest environmental assets. In the same time, also promoting that asset. Of course, like any program, as I said, it must be implemented. And I would urge you to rather help us to implement it than to stand and grandstand against it whilst you do not know what it is about. You must decide, as the MK and the FF, whether you genuinely support empowerment and transformation, or whether those concepts are only useful slogans when they are done in opposition. Government, we the builders, we remain committed to ensuring that conservation delivers tangible benefits to local communities. We will not get deterred by those who criticize transformation when it moves from speeches into reality. Honourable Chairperson, there's again a clear distinction between the builders and the breakers. The builders act on behalf of the community. The breakers act on behalf of themselves. And if the shoe fits, you must put it on. I have not mentioned anybody who does that. But it's clear that every time that I mention the term breakers, the response from the MK and the EFF is resounding. I think they admit that they are. Honourable Chairperson, let us be the builders.
Chair, please note my
Let
hand.
us build stronger communities and not break them down by political
Honourable Minister,
grandstand.
please take your seat. Honourable Manye, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Chair. The question is directed
Honourable
at you,
members.
Chair.
Honourable Member, the Minister indicated that he is not intending to take a question.
No, it's not a question to him, Chair, it's to you. I wanted
Excuse me?
guidance from you, Chair. Guidance from you, Chair. How do we heckle online?
Honourable Member, there's a solution for you. If you look at your screen in front of you, you can see there's different icons. Use one of the icons and you can heckle for as much as you want. That is a good way to heckle online. I hope it answers your question, Honourable Manye. Please continue, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Again, let us be the builders. Let us not be the breakers. Let's build these communities. Let's not break them down by political grandstanding. And I want to invite you all to become part of that. Become part of the builders. It's actually very nice if you really contribute something. Honourable Chairperson, if I listen around me, I've learned a long time ago that a fool's camouflage is silence. And for a fool to remain undetected, he must remain silent. So I would urge those that can't give a meaningful contribution, rather not to give any at all. Let's work and benefit our communities. Let's benefit Kruger National Park. Thank you for everybody for your contribution in this regard. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. That concludes the responses to the statement. The Secretary will read the first order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services on study tour to United Kingdom from 21 to 28 March 2026.
I now recognize the committee chairperson, the Honourable Ramo Boleng.
House Chair, honourable members, as part of our resolution taken at our strategic planning session in September 2025, the committee resolved to undertake an international study tour to empower the members to be able to conduct oversight. The committee study tour was envisaged to be a benchmarking exercise with the aim of drawing lessons from other jurisdictions and to strengthen the committee's oversight role. Honorable members, the focus area of our study tour was on overcrowding, self-sufficiency, parole and probation, prison oversight bodies, including parliamentary committees and innovations. The committee intended to draw lessons from its counterpart in the UK on how they conduct their oversight, look at innovations such as electronic monitoring devices for inmates, secure video call systems in prisons, step-proof vests for officials, and the functioning and operations of independent prison monitoring bodies. House Chair, the committee did a visit to the South African High Commission in London and met with the High Commissioner, Mr. Mamabul, and his staff, who welcomed the delegation and provided us with a brief overview of UK's political and governance system. The committee also did a visit to the United Kingdom Parliament and met with Mr. Ashley Fox, a member of the Justice Select Committee, to exchange insight on parliamentary oversight of the justice system. Our discussion focused on prisons and probation, rehabilitation, and broader correctional administration in both our countries. This engagement aimed to identify best practices and shared challenges, particularly in relation to overcrowding and correctional oversight. House Chair, our delegation, together with the delegation of Portfolio Committee on Social Development, held a joint engagement with members of the Home Affairs Committee from the UK Parliament. The engagement focused on how they conduct their oversight visit to various correctional centres and challenges associated with access to prison. And our delegation also had an opportunity to meet with the House of Lords, Justice and Home Affairs Committee and received a report regarding the prison system in UK. And we also attended a select portfolio committee on justice. We also met with the Minister of Justice, Mr. Jake Richards, MP, and during our engagement, we also highlighted our disappointment that we were not granted permission to visit any prisons as planned. House Chair, on our committee observations and recommendations that we're putting to the department, on contraband, the delegation noted that the usage of drones is increasingly becoming a technological threat to smuggle contraband into correctional facilities in the UK. House members, we noted that a similar threat may emerge in South Africa and that requires a proactive mitigation strategy. We therefore recommend that the department adopt a proactive, technologically driven approaches to address contraband smuggling. Members, the UK has recently introduced a range of minimum sentences regimes to deal with overcrowding in their prisons. They have ensured that all offenders who committed minor and non-violent offenses received non-custodial sentences. We recommend that the department, in collaboration with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, should intensify efforts to reduce overcrowding through alternative sentencing and improved case flow management. We also noted that the UK has introduced reintegration and release policies, and a notable policy intervention in the UK is the prohibition of prisoner releases on Friday. We therefore recommend that the department should strengthen post-release support to ensure successful reintegration of offenders back to society. This can be done by increasing the number and geographical spread of halfway houses for parolees without family support. House Chair, the electronic monitoring is utilized in the UK as part of offender management, as opposed to minimum sentences of offenders into custody. We therefore recommend that the department should investigate the effectiveness and credibility of electronic monitoring as an alternative to incarceration. Honorable members, the delegation was unable to visit any of the UK prisons due to miscommunication between the South African Department of International Relations and Cooperation, which is DECO, and the UK authorities due to understaffing at the South African High Commission in London, rather than an explicit refusal by the UK government. We therefore recommend that DECO should improve and strengthen its coordination on international study tours. House Chair, I present this report on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services for consideration of adoption. I thank you.
Thank you. There will now be an opportunity for declarations. The MK.
House Chairperson, we traveled to the United Kingdom to benchmark, to learn, and to strengthen oversight. We met with MPs, Minister, and the Lord. We sat in the House of Commons and observed the Justice Committee, but we were not allowed to set foot inside a single UK prison, despite raising the request repeatedly. We declare without fear or favor that the UK prison system is not a model to be admired. It is a crisis dressed in parliamentary procedure. The UK has the highest imprisonment rate in Western Europe, over 87,000 prisoners, and it is expected to exceed 100,000 by 2029. Prisons are overcrowded, outdated, some Victorians, and operate in a state of crisis. Reoffending sits at 80%. The Justice Select Committee itself found a lack of clarity on purpose of prison, weak governor autonomy, the severe staffing crisis, and insufficient purposeful activity. This is not a system we should copy. It's a warning. Criminal network use drones to burn through plastic courtyard nets to drop and drop drugs. The UK cannot block the signal because it will interfere with civilian medical devices like heart monitors, kidney dialysis machines. South African must learn from this failure before the same technology overwhelm our facilities. The Department of Correctional Services has been warned. The UK denied us access to prisons, and DICO failed us. The committee requested a prison visit. The UK Ministry of Justice first claimed short notice. Then later he said they never received a request. So the visit did not materialize. The truth is that understaffing at the South African High Commission in London caused a breakdown in communication. The MK party declares this unacceptable. Parliament cannot conduct a meaningful oversight if our own diplomatic mission cannot coordinate visits. The UK uses electronic tagging as an alternative to custody, but compliance is weak. Private contractors are poorly overseen, and probation service are overstretched. The MK party warns against rushing to expensive tagging system without facing probation first. The UK prohibits prisoner release on a Friday so that released individuals access government services immediately. This low-cost common sense policy reduces homelessness and reoffending. The MK party demands South African Department of Correctional Services introduce the same rule within 90 days. The MK party demands immediate action on a full risk assessment on drone contraband. The DCS must report to Parliament within 60 days on how it will prevent drone incursion before they become endemic. On no Friday release in South Africa. Implement UK policy immediately. No more releasing offenders on a Friday afternoon to sleep on a street. DICO must account. The Department of International Relations and Cooperation must explain why understaffing in London.
Remember, your time is now expired. Thank you. The EFF. Is there a declaration from the EFF? Yes, please proceed.
House Chairperson, honorable members, the study tour to the United Kingdom confirms that South Africa's correctional challenges are not unique. The UK continues to grapple with overcrowding, gangs, contraband smuggling, aging infrastructure, and high levels of reoffending. However, one lesson stands out. The challenge of overcrowding cannot be separated from the challenge of recidivism. A correctional system cannot succeed if the same people continue to return to prison. Across South Africa, from Pollsmoor to St. Albans and Westville, officials continue to work under difficult conditions while offenders are released into communities still confronting unemployment, poverty, substance abuse, and gangsterism. The EFF maintains that a correctional system should not be judged by how many people it incarcerates. It should be judged by how many people leave prison and never return. The strongest correctional system is not the one with the most prisons. It is the one that produces the fewest repeat offenders. This is why South Africa cannot solve overcrowding simply by expanding prison capacity. Unless we reduce reoffending and strengthen rehabilitation, overcrowding will remain a permanent feature of our correctional system. Countries such as Netherlands have demonstrated that sustained investment in rehabilitation and reducing reoffending can reduce incarceration to the point where prisons have been closed. That should encourage us to think differently about success in correctional services. The report also raises questions regarding private sector participation in correctional services. The experience of the UK demonstrates that private management is not a guarantee of better outcomes, nor does it automatically resolve correctional challenges. Concerns regarding accountability, performance, and service delivery continue to arise within privately managed facilities. This is particularly relevant as government prepares for the return of Mangaung Correctional Service to public management on 1st July 2026. While we welcome the return of Mangaung to state control, concerns raised in the Portfolio Committee must be addressed urgently. Parliament was informed that recruitment, ICT implementation, and other operational preparations were still underway. These matters must be resolved before the handover takes place. There can be no disruption to security or operations. The department must ensure that Mangaung becomes an example of a capable and effective public institution rather than an opportunity for critics of the state to advance old arguments against public sector management. The purpose of correctional services is not merely to keep people behind bars. It is to rehabilitate, reintegrate, and reduce reoffending so that offenders can return to society as law-abiding citizens. The EFF support this report and the lessons learned from the study tour. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. The Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services' recent tour to the United Kingdom has yielded useful insight for prison reform in South Africa. The findings in this report supports what our party has consistently campaigned for, that prisons must be the sites of rehabilitation. The report indicates that both South Africa and the United Kingdom face significant overcrowding in their prison system due to the high rates of reoffending. By improving behavioral intervention programs, the number of reoffenders crowding the system can be reduced. To do so, there must be an increased focus on the establishment of counseling programs for substance abuse, anger management, and other social issues. The IFP supports this report, but stresses the importance of translating it into real policy change. It is essential that we draw on the best practices of the United Kingdom and shift the focus on prison from punishment to reform. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Patriotic Alliance.
Honourable Speaker, colleagues, the Patriotic Alliance notes the report of the Portfolio Committee on Correctional Service on its study tour to the United Kingdom from dated 21 to 28 March. From our perspective, this tour delivered a message loud and clear. If you do not stay ahead of criminal innovation, you will fall behind very quickly. The United Kingdom, a country with advanced resources, is now battling a wave of contraband, smuggling driven by drone dropping drugs, weapons, cell phones straight into prison yards. The experience is not entertainment for us, it is a warning. South Africa cannot afford to repeat their mistakes. The PA insists that we urgently strengthen our defenses. That means counter drone radar, jamming systems. In a jamming system, Honorable Kana, you can switch on and off. Ne? Once those drones come in, you can switch on. Upgrade pyramid surveillance and trained rapid response teams. If drones can overwhelm a first world system, then we must be even more prepared, Honorable Kaza, not less. But Speaker, the tour also exposed something deeper. Technology fails when the basics fails. The UK struggles with outdated ICT, weak infrastructure and staff shortage, the very same vulnerabilities we face at home. If we do not fix those fundamentals, then even the best equipment will become expensive decorations. The Patriotic Alliance position is simple. A correctional center must be a place of consequences, not a distribution hub for syndicates. And let me say it plainly, Speaker, ons mense is moeg vir 'n stelsel wat lyk slaap, wat lyk bang, wat nie eers die hek kan oppas nie. We cannot allow drones to turn our prisons into delivery zones. Not here, not ever. The
Honourable Member, your
Alliance
time has expired.
support the
Thank you.
committee. The report. I thank you.
The next speaker is from the FF Plus. No
Thank you,
speaker.
Chairperson, no declaration from us. We support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Action SA.
Honourable Speaker, I'm astounded by the recent study tour undertaken by Correctional Service Committee to the United Kingdom. The so-called benchmarking exercise concluded from the 21st to the 28th of March appears to have yielded no discernible new insights into the challenge facing our correctional system in South Africa. Incredibly, the delegation did not even visit a single correctional facility in the UK. The UK has approximately 87,000 inmates in its correctional facilities, whereas South Africa holds nearly 170,000 prisoners in facilities designed for only round about 107,000. This represents severe and sustained overcrowding. This crisis is driven primarily by two factors: approximately 27,000 undocumented foreign nationals currently held in our correctional centers at a cost of 17,000 per inmate per month, and roughly 60,000 unsentenced detainees, which constitutes around 37% of the total prison population. Action SA has clearly identified the core problems in our correctional system: a deepening security crisis within our prisons, inadequate capacity, and a court system burdened by backlogs that must be urgently addressed. We need to extend and properly fund correctional infrastructure and ensure that court rolls are cleared efficiently and without delay. Importantly, we must also address the issue of undocumented foreign nationals in our facilities, including strengthening arrangements for deportation or repatriation where legally applicable. These are not complex problems. They require disciplined, consistent, and unglamorous work, not international travel. I see no discernible outcomes from the overseas trip funded at taxpayers' expense that have contributed any meaningful or new solutions to address the deepening crisis. I thank you.
The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP has taken note of this report. And yes, it is definitely regrettable that the Portfolio Committee was not able to visit the UK prison, and this due to a miscommunication on the diplomatic level. And I welcome the fact that speakers have requested that DIRCO be held accountable for this, given the high costs of such an international visit. It is heartening to learn that the Portfolio Committee did learn about drone incursions, because this is something that we definitely need to prepare ourselves for. And one needs to inquire into the cost of jamming systems and other anti-drone technology, given the high levels of contraband that is smuggled into our correctional services facilities at this stage. So I think that was a very useful lesson to learn from this UK study tour. Clearly, the UK is grappling with similar situations and similar challenges as South Africa, with high levels of overcrowding, gangsterism, aging infrastructure, and high levels of recidivism. As we are aware, we in South Africa experience high levels of overcrowding, which negatively impact on rehabilitation and contribute to recidivism. So hopefully lessons were learned from the study tour that will both enhance parliamentary oversight of our correctional services and contribute to prison reform. And I think at the very least, the meeting with UK members of parliament and the UK Justice Committee would have resulted in some lessons to be learnt, which hopefully one will be able to implement and practically apply from an oversight perspective. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM. Rice. Bosa. ATM. Al-Jama. NCC. PAC.
No declaration, Honorable Chair, but we support the report.
Thank you. The UAT.
Thank you, Chairperson. Khotso, Ma-Afrika. Hey. The United African Transformation Note the report on the Portfolio Committee of Correctional Services on its study tour to the United Kingdom. While there is value in learning from international experiences, we must raise a fundamental question. Why does this government continue to look to the United Kingdom as a primary benchmark for South African democratic institutions? Over the past years, we have witnessed a worrying trend. The judiciary has celebrated constitutional partnership with the United Kingdom. Parliament has benchmarked oversight mechanism against the Westminster's model. Today, correctional services return from another study tour to Britain. One must ask whether this government is genuinely pursuing transformation or merely modeling institutions rooted in a colonial architecture of the Union of South Africa. The Union of South Africa was never designed to serve the African majority. It was a colonial project that consolidated power, land, and wealth in the hands of the minority. Yet 30 years into democracy, the governing party continued to benchmark itself against the very same system that historically included our people. Chairperson, our prisons are overcrowded because of poverty, unemployment, inequality, substance abuse, and criminal justice system that often fails the poor. These challenges require South Africa an African solution rooted in Ubuntu, restorative justice, rehabilitation, and community reintegration.
Your time is now expired.
Mambo.
Good. The DA.
House Chair, honourable members, we stand at a critical junction for South Africa's correctional system, which is currently gripped by a state of crisis characterised by overcrowding exceeding 50%, failing rehabilitation efforts, and a stubbornly high reoffence rate. The Portfolio Committee's recent study tour to the United Kingdom was not merely a benchmarking exercise. It was a mission to find practical, innovative solutions to strengthen our oversight and reform a system that too often serves as a warehouse of crime rather than a place of correction. The United Kingdom faces its own severe challenges, with over 87,000 people incarcerated in England and Wales, the highest rate in Western Europe. Their prisons are currently operating in a state of crisis. At this point, I need to point out that they have 90,000 bed space. So overcrowding for them and overcrowding for us is not the same thing. They struggle with staff shortages, the alarming availability of drugs, and the economic toll of reoffending, which cost the economy an estimated 18 billion euros. However, a key difference we observed is their rigorous self-scrutiny. Their own Justice Committee has been vocal about a lack of clarity regarding the purpose of prisons and the tick-box nature of many educational programs. From our engagements with the UK Select Committee and the Ministry of Justice, several transformative lessons emerged. We must prepare for emerging threats, specifically the use of drones for smuggling contraband. In the UK, inmates have become so sophisticated they use flammable drones to burn through protective courtyard nets. Furthermore, we learned that simple signal jamming is often unfeasible because it interferes with civilian medical devices. South Africa must urgently conduct national risk assessments and pilot anti-drone technologies. One of the most striking findings was the UK's policy of prohibiting prisoner release on Fridays. This ensures that individuals are not released when government offices are closed, which prevents them from getting support. They become homeless and return to criminal networks. This is a cost-effective intervention we must consider for our own context. To combat overcrowding, the UK utilizes electronic monitoring or tagging, and non-custodial sentences for low-risk and non-violent offenders include community service. For this to succeed here, we must expand our probation services and increase the number of parolee supervision officers to ensure credible enforcement. However, it is critically important to note that no parole or probation system in a modern world can be implemented successfully without electronic monitoring. For South Africa, it is inexcusable not to have an established and functioning electronic monitoring system in place. In the UK, they currently have 246,000 people on probation versus a prison population of 87,000. We observed that for oversight to be meaningful, it must move beyond the meeting-style briefings. We need to facilitate direct engagement with inmates and officials and prioritize unannounced visits to see the true state of facilities rather than the cleaned-up version prepared for scheduled tours. Honourable members, the committee also noted that the UK is moving towards strengthening the powers of its inspectorate, allowing it to place failing prisons into special measures. Similarly, we must ensure the independence and authority of the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services as it transitions into its new legislative framework. In conclusion, we cannot allow this study tour report to become another dusty document. We have seen that even advanced systems struggle, but they are reforming through accountability, innovation, and a clear definition of purpose. We must now implement these recommendations from drone countermeasures, electronic monitoring, to Friday release policies to ensure our facilities truly rehabilitate and protect the people of South Africa. Thank you.
The ANC.
House Chair, honorable members, the value of any study tour is not measured by the kilometers traveled or the institution visited. Its value lies in whether it equips this parliament with insight that can assist us in addressing the real challenges confronting the people of South Africa. House Chair, as we consider this report, it is important that we do so with a clear understanding of our country's history and the principle that continues to guide our movement. The ANC emerged from a long and a difficult struggle against colonialism, apartheid, and all forms of oppressions. Our engagement with any country, particularly those whose histories are intertwined with colonialism, is therefore informed by a deep awareness of the historical injustice that shaped the world we inhabit today. Our correctional system remains one of the most overlooked components of the criminal justice value chain. Public attention often focuses on arrest, prosecution, and sentencing, yet far less attention is given to what happens after conviction. This is despite the fact that the effectiveness of correctional service has a direct impact on our society's safety, rehabilitation, and the prevention of reoffending. One of the most insightful engagements was on the United Kingdom's extensive use of electronic monitoring and offender tagging as part of offender management and community corrections. While concerns were raised regarding enforcement and contractor oversight, the system nevertheless demonstrates how technology can be utilized to reduce pressure on correctional facilities while strengthening accountability and supervision. This is particularly relevant to our country. Continued discussion around the future of electronic monitoring with our own correctional framework. Honorable members, we were particularly struck by the emphasis placed on probation services as a central mechanism for reducing recidivism, and throughout the various engagement, it became evident that the successful reintegration requires structured support, supervision, and accountability long after an offender leaves a correctional facility. Another important observation was related to an oversight itself. We note concerns raised within the UK regarding advance notice being given, provided before prison visit. It was highlighted that scheduled inspections often result in officials presenting their best run section rather than the actual lived reality within facilities. This reaffirmed our value of unannounced oversight visit, direct engagement with inmates and officials as a critical tool for parliamentary accountability. We also engaged with the House of the Lords, Justice and Home Affairs Committee under the leadership of Lord Foster. Of particular interest were findings from an inquiry into the UK prison system, which identified weak accountability mechanisms, inadequate staff models, insufficient purposeful activities of inmates, poor training arrangement, and leadership failures within correctional institutions. What is significant in that many of these challenges mirrors those confronting our own country. The lesson is that correctional reforms is not simply about building more prisons. It is about strengthening leadership, improve accountability, invest in rehabilitation, and ensure that prisons fulfill their purpose of preparing offenders for successful reintegration. We were further alerted that emerging technologies threats facing correctional systems. The UK is increasingly confronted with a sophisticated criminal network using drones to smuggle drugs and contrabands into correctional facilities. These criminal syndicates are very adaptive to new technologies, making it very difficult for the UK government to deal with drones by even developing methods to bypass protective netting installed over the prison courtyard. This is a warning that South Africa cannot ignore, and rather we must learn from it. This is one of the things that we have learned there. While we were unable to visit correctional facilities due to administrative and coordinative challenges, the various engagements nevertheless provided valuable insight into offender management, rehabilitation, probation services, electronic monitoring, prison oversight, and reintegration support. It is for this reason that the African National Congress support the adoption of this report. Confusingly, House Chair, the MK seems to oppose the report, but learn from it by even demanding that this House must consider a couple of things that we have learned from the UK. It looks like it's just within them. It looks like it's just within them to be opposing, even though they were even making demands on what
Order.
should be correct. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip. The Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you so much, House Chairperson. We move for the adoption of the report. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Yes, Honourable Member.
Please note the objection of Mkonto Sizwe to a trip that didn't have any visits at all to prisons. Thank you.
The objection is noted. Are there any further objections? Order, Honourable Members. Order. Order, Honourable Minister. Order, Honourable Minister. With those objections recorded, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of report of Joint Standing Committee on Defense and Portfolio Committees on Defense and Military Veterans on oversight visits to various military bases and South African National Defence Force deployments along South Africa-Zimbabwe border in Limpopo province.
I will now recognize the chairperson of the committee who will introduce a report.
House Chair, thank you very much. We are here to present the report of our portfolio committee. It's an honor for us to present this particular report of the visit we had to various military bases and the deployments along the South African border with Zimbabwe in the Limpopo province, which was conducted on the 13th to the 17th of October. It was essential for Parliament to assess firsthand the operational readiness of the National Defence Force, the state of its capability, the welfare of our soldiers, and the effectiveness of the border safeguarding operations. We must say we went to Makado Air Force bases where we observed professionalism and dedication of our pilots, technicians, support staff who continue to deliver quality training and maintain operational standards despite severe funding constraints. We also went to the 15th Sai Battalion in Toyando, where we engaged with our troops who recently returned from the DRC under Operation Tiba. We commended them as the Portfolio Committee for their commitment and sacrifice. We went to Operation Koroda, where we saw soldiers working closely with the Border Management Authority, the South African Police Services, the South African Revenue Services to protect the territorial integrity, achieving notable successes in intercepting undocumented persons and seized contraband worth of millions of rands. The committee also noted several pressing challenges, including underfunding of the fighter capability, shortages of some critical spares and equipment, infrastructure backlogs, and the difficult living conditions which our troops in the border find themselves in their deployment. These issues, we must put it to the House, the impact on our force readiness, on the soldier morale, and the South African National Defence Force ability to fully exercise the constitutional mandate in terms of Section 200 of the Constitution of the Republic. This report offers practical solutions driven by recommendations. As the Portfolio Committee, we are recommending that we must have a clear national defense policy direction. We must be very clear which direction are we taking. We know that the executive is currently busy with the journey to greatness as a policy position of the department. We want to urge the Parliament and the House that we need to prioritize funding for essential capabilities. The warfare is modernizing in the world. We no longer use soldiers on the ground like in the Second World War. We use drones, we use missiles, we use torpedoes. Those are the things that need funding. So this House must assist us to get that particular funding. Back to basic approach in soldier equipping. This we mean by soldier equipping that your budget must be incommensurate with the GDP of the country, because we are the only Department of Defense Force which the budget must be equated to the GDP. We are proposing 1.5% to 1.8%, which will take our national budget of the defense to 244 billion rand. That will help you under number 4 to ensure that we safeguard the deployments in our borders. We need 22 companies. Currently, we can only afford to pay 13 companies. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done in that particular thing. Lastly, is to ensure that we do departmental cooperations of all the departments. But it's very key and important for South Africans and everybody to understand. We're not saying illegal, undocumented people must be in our country.
The Geneva Convention must be respected. The OAU Convention must be respected. Section 21(3) of our Constitution says the right of residence is only reserved for citizens. In number 4, 21(4) in the Bill of Rights, it says all of them must be documented. Now, we don't want that to deteriorate, that private citizens must lead on it. We must lead as this government, as this defense force, as the police, to ensure that there's order in the country, because anything can lead to a slippery road. Today we can start Mabahambe, tomorrow we may say Honorable Douglas is a European settler, he must go. The next time we will deteriorate as a nation. Please be careful of the national question, because the dynamics and the history of this country does not allow us to pursue other
Remember,
things.
your time is
Don't
now
be a
expired.
populist. We move that this report be adopted. Thank you very much. Amanda.
Order, honorable members. Is there a declaration from MK? Order, honorable members.
House Chairperson, before all, let's consider food security as children dies now and then through poisoned food. Let's save the children as the save tomorrow leaders. The MK party knows the report arising from the oversight visit by the Defense Committee to Limpopo borders. What is most striking is not what the committee recommended, but what is admitted. Parliament has effectively confirmed what millions of South Africans have been saying for years. Our borders are not secured. The committee itself concluded that South Africa's borders are effectively open and that the country does not have functioning borders. This is a devastating indictment of the government of national unity. Every administration that has persisted over the collapse of borders management, the committee observed damaged borders fencing, regular illegally crossing ports along the Limpopo River, severe shortage of personnel, inadequate vehicles, insufficient surveillance technology, and soldiers stretches across the hundreds of kilometers of borders. Even more alarming is the finding that departments responsible for border management are not working together effectively. The border management, SAP, SSA, NDF, Home Affairs, and SARS all operate within the same environment. Yet Parliament found a weak and dysfunctional system incapable of protecting the territory integrity of public. Chairperson, the report acknowledges that South Africa loses billions of rand through illicit trade, smuggling, vehicles theft, syndicates, counterfeit goods, and unlawful movement across our borders. It further acknowledges that criminal syndicates exploit this weakness daily. Yet, after making such damning observation, the recommendations are astonishingly weak. The committee merely propose engagement, coordinate, improve cooperation, and calls for additional resources. There are same recommendations that have appeared in reports after report for many years. There is no sense of urgency. There are no major targets. There are no deadlines. There is no consequence management. There is no accountability for those who have allowed this crisis to deepen. The MK party believes that if Parliament has found that the borders are effectively open, then Parliament must also demand an immediate border recovery plan with specific timelines, performance indicators, and quarterly reporting requirements. The committee should have recommended a full audit of all vulnerable border segments, a comprehensive assessment of SNDF border safeguarding capacity, an investigation into corruption, facility illegal crossing, and report to Parliament on the effective of border management authority since the establishment. South Africans are entitled to ask a simple question. If our borders are effectively open despite multiple agencies, billions in expenditures, and years of promises, who exactly is being held accountable? Yearly visiting similar problems. The MK party maintained that sovereign state that cannot control its borders places its security economy and social stability at risk. The findings of this report are therefore not mere administration shortcoming. They amount to national security warning. The people of South Africa deserve more than another report. They deserve action. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The EFF. Order, Honorable Members. Order. Please proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, House Chair. Economic Freedom Fighters welcomes this report. The finding reveals SANDF committed to its mandate, but crippled by chronic underfunding, aging infrastructure, resource shortages, and poor interagency coordination. The AFB Mercado unfunded Gripen upgrades, limited flying hours.
My apologies, Honorable Member. There's somebody from the NA table. The NA table, please mute your microphones. Please proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. The findings reveal SANDF committed to its mandate, but crippled by chronic underfunding, aging infrastructure, resource shortages, and poor interagency coordination. The AFB Mercado unfunded Gripen upgrades, limited flying hours, and aircraft cannibalization undermine readiness. At 15 SAA battalion, soldiers face housing shortages, broken fences, and inadequate support for deployments such as Operation Tiba in the DRC. The border situation is dire. The committee's witness collapsed and Bait Bridge fence, previously marred by SIU exposed corruption. Porous sections, falling eco stations, and unregulated river crossings enable smuggling, human trafficking, and organized crime. Despite the dedication of SANDF members operating under Operation Corona with limited resources, the border remains highly vulnerable. These failures stem from defense spending far below the required 1.5 to 2% of GDP, slow radical economic transformation, and persistent corruption. The Border Management Authority continues to struggle with budgets skewed towards salaries rather than operations and technology. The EFF commends the committee's recommendations for increased funding, infrastructure repair, technology upgrades, and better coordination. However, border action is needed. We demand the following: substantial immediate increase in defense allocations to restore capacity and expand border deployments, ruthless anti-corruption measures at border posts, and full implementation of SIU findings, accelerated resourcing and integration of BMA, proper support for SANDF personnel, including equipment, housing, and welfare, alignment with radical economic transformation to address the root causes of crossing border crime. In conclusion, Chair, this report must drive urgent executive action to safeguard our territorial integrity. The EFF will continue to hold the executive accountable for a professional, well-resourced SANDF that honors our liberation heritage. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The IFP.
Thank you, as Chairperson. The IFP notes the oversight military base report with concern and reaffirm its commitment to protecting South Africa and put South Africans first. We would like to thank the brave men and women who serve in our military, safeguarding our country. However, we remain concerned about the findings of this report, particularly those regarding poor border security, chronic underfunding, insufficient resources, and inadequate social welfare for our soldiers. Kulihlazo ukubuka isimo silaphaya la khona umbuso uthule ubuka abantu sebevulele idolobhana elincane eChantytown okuyona efacilitator ukuthi ekweqe impahla ngokungemthetho zizangaphathi ezweni noma ziya ngaphandle kulamazwe ngamakhelwane njengaseZimbabwe. Practical steps need to be taken, including increased funding and greater attention to the concerns of those on the ground. The IFA accepts the report and calls for our concerns to receive immediate attention. A failure to address these challenges will undermine South Africa's ability to maintain a reliable national defense force and fulfill the military's constitutional mandate. The IFA accept the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. PA.
House Chair, greetings to all the members in the House, and allow me also to greet the incoming President of the Republic in 2029, Gaten McKenzie. The PA supports this oversight. This oversight confirmed the hard truth. Our soldiers are holding the line under extreme bad conditions, yet remain on the front line against cross-border crime, smuggling, human trafficking, and constant flow of illegal foreigners entering the country through uncontrolled crossings. Every day, our soldiers are confronted with organized syndicates, heavily armed smugglers, and groups crossing illegally through the river and the bush. But too often, they are doing this with broken patrol vehicles, unreliable radios, and boots that fall apart long before the job is done. We do support, but we want to be clear, Honourable Chairperson. Our soldiers cannot be expected to stop illegal foreigners entering the country when they are outnumbered, under-equipped, and unsupported. Chair, we can't expect that we must have a world-class defense force, but we don't support them. And if we want to protect our people, our economy, and our sovereignty, then we must invest in boats, vehicles, equipment, technology, and the dignity of the South African soldier. We support this oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus. Action SA. ACDP.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. No, sorry, I was trying to get my unmute to come through. Thank you, Honorable House Chair. This report confirms what Action SA has consistently warned, that South Africa's borders remain dangerously vulnerable due to years of underinvestment, poor coordination, and a lack of political will to secure our territorial integrity. The Border Management Authority, which is operating at a mere 25% of its capacity, continues to lack the personnel, equipment, technology, and operational capacity required to effectively monitor and control illegal cross-border activity. At the same time, the South African National Defence Force is expected to safeguard our borders despite severe budget constraints and declining operational capabilities. These failures must be viewed against the backdrop of South Africa's escalating illegal immigration crisis. Weak border controls have enabled criminal syndicates, human trafficking networks, illicit trade, and undocumented migration to flourish. The report's findings on inadequate fencing, unlawful settlements along the borderline, insufficient surveillance technology, and limited personnel reveal a border management system struggling to meet the scale of the challenge. Equally alarming are the conditions under which many of our soldiers are expected to serve. Members of Parliament observe facilities in an unacceptable state with poor accommodation, unsafe water, inadequate electricity supply, and deteriorating infrastructure. Soldiers reported having to purchase their own boots, tents, and operational equipment to do their jobs. No country serious about national security should expect its servicemen and women to operate under such conditions. Action SA has long maintained that secure borders are essential for national security, economic stability, and effective immigration management. We therefore welcome the committee's recommendations to increase the South African National Defence Force border safeguarding deployments, ring-fence funding for border security technology, and strengthen surveillance,
intelligence gathering, and interagency cooperation. Securing our borders is
Honorable member,
fundamental
your time is now
responsibility
expired.
of a sovereign state. I thank you, and I'm being disturbed, Honorable House Chair.
Your time has expired. May I request the any table just to mute members who switch on their microphones without following the proceedings? The
I thank you,
ACDP.
House Chair.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP has taken note of this report, which follows a comprehensive oversight visit. Of particular significance at this time is the engagement with soldiers safeguarding the borders, as well as with the Border Management Authority. And this at a time when there are increased attacks on undocumented foreigners, but at the same time, we in the ACDP understand and wish to allay concerns of South Africans that our borders are being safeguarded. Sadly, however, this committee report confirms what many South Africans know, and that is that our borders are still porous and that there are larger numbers of illegal immigrants that are still coming across the borders. And this despite the very commendable achievement by the Border Management Authority last year of stopping an astonishing 450,000 people trying to enter the country illegally. This clearly illustrates the extent of the problem. Now, again, we all sound like a stuck record where we say the SANDF does not have sufficient resources, and we from the ACDP agree with that it cannot deploy the fully required force on our borders. The 22 companies instead of the only 13 that are presently deployed. And this is totally insufficient and contributes to the porous borders, which was confirmed by this committee's report. What is encouraging is the fact that the committee members were able to establish from the SANDF Defense Intelligence, which forms part of the border security operations, that they are using drones and other equipment to help curb the illegal crossing of people and goods. And this can be enhanced, particularly given the capabilities that the SANDF has
Honourable
shown
member,
at the
your
previous
time has now expired.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The UDM. Rice. Bosa.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The UTM notes and support the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense and Portfolio Committee on Defense and Military Veterans following their oversight visit to military bases and border safeguarding operations in Limpopo. The outcomes contained in the report illustrate a concerning picture of a defense force under immense strain that is characterized by severe underfunding, deteriorating infrastructure, aging equipment, lack of personnel, and constant decline of operational readiness. While we commend the dedication and sacrifice of the men and women of the SANDF who continue to serve our nation under difficult circumstances, it is evident that government has failed to provide them with the necessary resources and support needed to fulfill their constitutional mandate. The major concern about the country's porous borders is that when the ANC came into power in 1994, it was too eager to erase the past that no consideration was given to what needs to be replaced and what should remain intact. There is no border fence between Zimbabwe and South Africa, except for the razor wire that is rolled on the ground, which doesn't stop illegal immigrants from entering our country. This increases the workload of BMA with their limited numbers and resources.
I'm Ona. Alex, nice to
Government-
meet you.
Hi,
you too. you can keep my phone name on the.
Honorable Deputy Minister Abrams, please switch off your microphone. You are disturbing the proceedings. Please proceed, Honorable Member. Please proceed, Honorable Member. Proceed, honorable member.
Say proceed. I thought you said I must take a seat. Government continues to neglect one of its most fundamental constitutional responsibility, and that is to protect the protection of our territorial space and national security. Soldiers that are deployed along our borders are operating under extremely difficult conditions with inadequate accommodation and unreliable vehicles to combat increasingly sophisticated criminal syndicates that may be a threat to the country. The border management
Honorable member, your
authority
time is now
continues to
expired.
face growing pressure. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Al-Jamaa, NCC, PAC, the UAT.
Ask.
Order, honorable
I don't
members.
take instructions from you. But
Order, honorable
but
minister.
sit down, Minister. Sit
Please
down.
proceed, honorable
And
member.
focus on water. We're not playing here.
Order, honorable members. Honorable minister, we want to proceed. Please proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Autumn Africa. Honorable Chairperson, at the core of this report is the fundamental question of state capability. Whether South Africa is currently able to secure its territorial integrity in the face of sustained cross-border challenges, smuggling networks, and transnational organized crime. The committee finding point at SNDF deployment that stretches beyond optimal capacity, with personnel operating under the condition characterized by inadequate force multipliers, multiple surveillance technology, and logistical constraint. While troops on the ground demonstrate discipline and commitment under difficult circumstances, the structural weaknesses of the deployment architecture remain evident. On particular concern is the reliance of manpower-intensive patrol model in the area where the modern border security increasingly depend on integrated intelligence systems, aerial surveillance, drone capabilities, and real-time data fusion. The report implicitly highlights the capability gap between strategic intent and operational reality. Furthermore, the deployment along the Limpopo border exposed persistent coordination challenges between SNDF, South African Police Services, and the border management authorities. Fragmented command and control structure continue to dilute operational effectiveness, resulting in duplication of some areas and enforcement gaps in others. Honorable members, this report must also be read against broader fiscal constraints facing the defense sector. The SNDF has been repeatedly—
Honorable member, your time is now expired.
Kanimambo.
Good. The DA. The DA.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The oversight visit by the Joint Standing Committee on Defence and the Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans provided the committees with a sobering glimpse into the real state of the SANDF on the ground. What we observed and experienced should be a concern to each and every South African. At the Bokaro Air Force Base, we were confronted with the reality of an Air Force struggling to maintain a credible combat capability. The Gripen fleet, once the pride of the South African Air Force, is deteriorating due to years of underfunding. We were informed that only 2 Gripens are currently serviceable and that critical maintenance and upgrades have been deferred because funding is simply not available. The Air Force warned that South Africa risks losing its air defense capability altogether if this trajectory continues. We also learned that shortages of technical personnel, aircrew, and spare parts continue to undermine operational readiness. While the Air Force continues to produce highly skilled pilots and technicians, it cannot sustain critical capabilities indefinitely without adequate resources. At 15th South African Infantry Battalion, we met dedicated soldiers who continue to serve despite difficult conditions. Soldiers returning from deployment in the DRC raised concerns about poor accommodation, equipment shortages, unserviceable vehicles, a lack of body armor, and inadequate support after deployment. Particularly concerning was the committee's closed session with soldiers who had returned from the DRC. They spoke openly about poor accommodation, inadequate food, limited medical support for injured soldiers, and concerns regarding remuneration. These are not minor administrative matters. They directly affect morale, readiness, and the well-being of the men and women we ask to serve in dangerous operational environments. Along the South African-Zimbabwe border, the situation is equally worrying. Soldiers are expected to safeguard our borders with too few personnel, too few vehicles, and deteriorating infrastructure. We observe damaged border fences, illegal crossing points, and widespread criminal activity. Chair, the Beitbridge area can be described as one massive crime scene. Yet only 58 soldiers are responsible for guarding a 55-kilometer stretch of border. Soldiers told us their tents are worn out, water is not always safe to drink, and some members have had to buy some basic items themselves that should have been provided. Despite these challenges, they continue to perform their duties with professionalism and commitment. This report confirms what many have warned about for years. South Africa's defense capability is steadily declining while operational demands remain unchanged. The SANDF is expected to maintain same commitments, conduct the same operations, and safeguard the same borders with fewer resources each and every year. This is neither sustainable nor fair to the soldiers who continue to carry the burden of these decisions. Chair, before I conclude, I wish to place one further matter on record. During this oversight visit, the committees received ministerial treatment. They traveled in hired vehicles as part of a blue light convoy. Serious concerns arose regarding speeding, 180 kilometers on the N1, 160 kilometer zones, dangerous overtaking, forcing oncoming traffic off the road, and disregard for traffic laws. These concerns have repeatedly been raised with the chairpersons, the administrative personnel, even with the drivers. They disregarded it. These are the same blue light abuses that many South Africans experience and complain about every day. More than 8 months after I've submitted a formal complaint, supported by evidence to the Speaker, I have yet to receive a substantive response. Parliament cannot demand accountability from others while ignoring legitimate concerns raised by its own members. Chairperson, despite these challenges, the men and women of the SANDF continue to serve South Africa with professionalism, resilience, and dedication, and under increasingly difficult circumstances. They deserve better. We deserve the adoption of this report. I thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The ANC welcomes the tabling of this comprehensive joint oversight report. We commend the committees for conducting this important oversight and producing a balanced assessment that highlights both strengths and areas required urgent intervention. In the current context of rising transnational threats and the need to secure our borders while contributing to regional stability, this report is both timely and valuable. It gives Parliament clear insight into the realities facing our soldiers on the ground. We are encouraged by the high level of professionalism displayed by the South African Air Force and Air Force Base in Makhanda. The combat readiness and the community relations on 15th Sai Peloton. Achievements by troops deployed under Operation Corona despite difficult conditions. The interception of significant contraband and undocumented crossings demonstrate that even with limited resources, our forces continue to serve the nation with dedication and distinction. The report correctly identifies critical gaps, including the risk to our fighter capabilities, shortage of equipment and spares, prolonged deployments, poor border infrastructure, and inadequate facilities for troops. These challenges cannot be ignored if SANDF is to remain effective and capable of fulfilling a constitutional mandate. The ANC fully supports the recommendations contained in the report, particularly the call for decisive policy position and the future of the South African National Defence Force, backed by realistic funding. A back-to-basic approach ensures soldiers receive proper equipment and vehicles and accommodation. Expansion of border safeguard capacity from 13 to 22 subunits. Procurement of appropriate technology and force multipliers. Development of funded rejuvenation and existing strategies for the SANDF members that have come to age. Strengthening the interdepartmental cooperation on border security. We urge the executive to respond promptly to the requests, reports, and timeframes contained in the document. We also support the proposal for the full parliamentary debate on this matter so that the House can give them the intention it deserves. While the challenges are real, we remain optimistic. With focused leadership, smarter resource allocation, and collaborated across the security cluster, we can rebuild a South African Defence Force capabilities, improve the welfare of soldiers, and strengthen our border security. The report contributes meaningfully to the objectives. We acknowledge that the border is not what it's supposed to be. The reasons why we bring this report here is for Parliament to intervene and for Parliament to understand and look at the funding model of the Defence Force. We as the ANC therefore support this report. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Chief Whip.
Thank you so much, House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? The MK Party.
Honorable Speaker, please note the objection of Mkhonto Isizwe. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further objections? The UIT.
I do you to object.
Thank you. With those two objections noted, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of report of Joint Standing Committee on Defence and Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans on oversight visit to Denel Arms Corps, Department of Military Veterans, 1 Military Hospital, Defence College, and Tabashwani Military Accommodation in Pretoria, Gauteng Province from 24 to 28 March 2025.
To introduce the report, the Honorable Legwete.
Thank you very much, House Chair. We tabled a joint oversight report on our visit to Denel Arms Corps, Department of Military Veterans, 1 Military Hospital, the Defence College, and Tabatswani military facilities, which was conducted from the 24th to the 28th of March in 2025. Our committee therefore undertook this comprehensive engagement to assess capabilities, identify backlogs, and propose practical solutions that will enhance the National Defence Force readiness, support our military veterans, and restore confidence in the military and defence industry. At Denel, we went to the landward systems where we were shown advanced missiles, including the Dhaka, Makopa, those particular missiles. At Armsco, we went to Gerotech and to Technopark facilities where it was demonstrated in terms of testing of infrastructure, including cutting-edge research capabilities. We also observed the dedication of our health professionals at what military hospitals, and we went to see training of our officers at the Defense College. These examples highlight the enduring technical expertise and commitment that still exist within the defense family. We're equally frank and in noting some of the challenges that must be confronted. Part of it is the project delays in Denel as well as in Armsco, particularly Project Hoof Easter. Some of the challenges we had is that the Pretoria metal processing plant, where we need to develop bullets for our own defense. We also had a challenge at the Department of Defense military veterans, where we still have a crisis that most of our military veterans, particularly from the non-statutory forces, are still not in the database. We also have seen the one military hospital, Ramp 1, which we have spent 1.2 billion rand, but the facility is still not operational until today from 2005. Some of the military accommodations are old and worn out. We still have to work on that. This report, however, is not merely diagnostic, but is action-oriented. It put forward concrete recommendations aimed at improving coordination between the department, Armsco, and Denel, accelerating decision-making on key projects, implementing turnaround strategies, digitalizing the systems within the Department of Military Veterans, fast-tracking hospital and accommodation refurbishment, and ensuring proper consequence management for those who are in conflict with the law. We call on the Minister of Defense, the department, and all entities to treat this recommendation with urgency, with decisive leadership, improved inter-entity collaborations, and sustained parliamentary oversight. We are confident that this defense portfolio can be turned around to fully support the National Defense Force to meet South Africans' national security imperatives. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee, I would like to thank the members of the committee, our support staff, and the leadership of our personnel, the executive, and all entities that we visited for their cooperations. We now want to put this report before the House to adopt this particular report, but put it to all of you that you must know as South Africans that peace is not permanent. Defense does not come cheap. With the current global geopolitics, it will need this parliament to accelerate the funding of the Department of Defense. We underfunded it and defunded it by taking money to SOEs to the tune of 54 billion rand. We have a deficit as this department that this parliament needs to work on, or else the safety, as said in the Constitution, defend the territorial integrity, the sovereignty, the Republic and its people will be under threat. We are under threat now of illegal and undocumented internally. We may be under threat of other external enemies. So defense does not come cheap, and peace is not permanent. This parliament and all of us needs to understand that defense is another sophisticated issue. If any state fails to feed these people, to develop its people,
Thank you,
or to
Honourable
defend its
Member.
people, it does not deserve legitimacy.
Thank you.
Mandla.
For the purposes of declaration of vote, the MK Party.
Mandisibulisele nam Honorable Chairperson. Honorable House Chairperson, on behalf of Umkondo Wesizwe, I want to firstly acknowledge that the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Defense and Military Veterans has correctly captured what transpired during the oversight visit.
But Honorable Chair, as Karl Marx, ndiyathemba nisamazi, nobani right to. As Karl Marx reminded us, philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. In other words, we have to be practical now when dealing with the challenges that are facing our defense force. Yes, we do agree, Honorable Chair, that funding is needed for the defense force. However, accountability must come first. In other words, the Honorable Minister did allude to indaba of the defense industry, where all heads will come together and deliberate on the matters that have to do with the defense force. So we need that urgently because all of us, we want to see a thriving defense force. For years, we have been talking oversight. That does not alter the lived reality of soldiers, military veterans, or the defense industry, and it becomes a ritual. Reports that do not shift the status quo become a theater. And the deeper crisis is not the absence of parliamentary powers. Powers are there. It is the absence of political will to use them. This House, Honorable Chair, is armed with summons powers, contempt provisions, PFMA enforcement tools, and the authority to compel ministers to act. Yet year after year, these powers gather dust while departments collapse in plain sight. Oversight becomes meaningless when the majority treats accountability as optional. Reports are tabled, findings are noted, but consequences are avoided. Until this House confronts that political paralysis, nothing will change. So, Honorable Chair, the rest of the report paints a single undeniable picture that the defense establishment is in structural decline. Denel is a sovereign asset on life support. The delays in the procurement services at Armsco are also an operational threat. The DMV is the weakest link. I mean, if I can go, I can speak about the DMV, I can go to town. There are many military veterans here among us. Nabo Maigala, Bakona, Naba, Honorable Kele, Des Van Rooyen, all of us, we know, Nabo, Honorable Harting, all of us, you are military veterans. The challenge is that at that department, it's painful to us. You know, we go to that department daily, our children, military veterans call us now and again. That department is a dismal failure and something very drastic must be done about that department. Yeah. These are not isolated failures. These are symptoms of a system that has been neglected, underfunded. That is the Department of Defense, of course, underfunding. But mismanagement mostly it's at the Department of Military Veterans. There are machines that were purchased, they are not working. They have not been, you know, for years. Everything is not working at that department. And you still have an acting Director General for all these years.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
DFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Economic Freedom Fighters supports the observations from the joint oversight visit. However, we also want to sound a revolutionary alarm on the catastrophic delay of our National Defense Force infrastructure and the betrayal of our military veterans and serving soldiers, which were apparent during this visit. The report lays bare the consequences of years of corruption, mismanagement, and state capture under successive ANC-led administration, and now also this so-called GNU administration. House Chair, we further expressed our deepest concern about the dire state of Denel and Armsco. The EFF delegation witnessed this once proud state-owned enterprise reduced to a shadow of its own self, plagued by financial constraint, severe understaffing, outdated machinery, halted production, and massive backlogs. Project Hoof Easter remains a monument to failure. Billions spent with no tangible delivery, despite repeated extensions. We are further alarmed by the Defense College, housed in the old St. George's Hotel premises. The SANDF brought this property for 185 million rands, an exorbitant price. The serious allegations indicate it was a quid pro quo to settle huge ANC debts. Our visit confirmed the premises are inadequate and college is not funding optimally. These corruption allegations must be investigated. The Department of Military Veterans is in utter chaos, poor conditions, ineffective call center, and non-digitized files piled haphazardly. Veterans are treated with contempt. The West was one military hospital, once our pride, now a perpetual construction site from failed tenders. The second floor, which critical theaters and research facilities, is in shambles. It's a national disgrace. Tabatswani military base accommodation is equally chaotic and inhumane for SANDF staff. The brown flats are dilapidated with leaks, burst pipes, and structural risk. Poorly managed relocations erode morale and readiness. Honorable members, the ANC cadre deployment and corruption have ruined our defense sector. The DEL fails its mandate. Veterans are abandoned hospitals, derelict, soldiers in squalor. Our sovereignty is compromised. The EFF demands forensic audits for all tenders, removal of conflicted shares, digitized and veteran services, urgent repairs with consequence management, and a revolutionary overhaul. Aluta continua, the struggle for economic freedom is capable, and a capable sovereignty for defense force continues. We will not rest until our veterans and soldiers receive the dignity that they fought for and so much deserve. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Inkatha Freedom Party recognizes the importance role of the institution supporting our soldiers, military veterans, and defense capabilities. The findings of this report raise serious concerns regarding governance failures, infrastructure deterioration, service delivery failures, and weak accountability across the defense environment, reinforcing the need for capable institutions and accountable leadership. We note with concern the challenges identified at the Department of Military Veterans, DENEL, one military hospital, and military accommodation facilities, highlighting the need for stronger oversight accountability. Chairperson, we have one military hospital which was once a world-class facility in our country, which now has been reduced to just a clinic that is even poorly administered, no longer a hospital. The IFP remains concerned about service delivery, shortcomings, deteriorating infrastructure, and delays in addressing operational challenges. To mention a few, the living conditions of members of the SNDF barracks and the access to health facilities by the military veterans. Public resources allocated to defense and military veterans must deliver tangible outcomes through sound administration and consequence management. The IFP therefore supports this report and reaffirms that our soldiers and military veterans deserve accountable institutions and dignified services. I thank you.
Thank you. The PI.
House Chair, I just want to say that we support the report as the PA. But I also want to say that I'm starting to enjoy you, Chairperson of the PC. When you came up earlier on, someone screamed free education. And I really am taking note of you, of how you are educating us from the podium. And also I want to bring it under your attention, Chairperson. You spoke about soldier morale. I can tell you now that even though I'm agreeing with you when you say that the SANDF need funding, we are under threat. We can't even say that we do have a defense force. But one of the problems that we have in the army, we don't have unity. There's no unity there. The fact of the matter is, the soldiers amongst themselves, they are unhappy. Who are they? They are the colored soldiers within the army. They are not being promoted. Some of them, they are not being sent to training. That's why they don't get promotion and so on. I spoke to two of them earlier on, and they have mentioned that. So nobody is speaking for them. The other problem is, when it comes to DMV, the Esakaka, they were on the wrong side in apartheid, we know, and they were never forgiven. But yet, this country was built on reconciliation. But the Esakaka never enjoyed their reconciliation. They was never integrated. And that, Chair, I can tell you now, there's no unity. We do support this report, Chair, but please look into that matter of the Esakaka. They are crying. They are no longer our enemies.
Thank you,
While I
Honourable
do
Member.
respect the military veterans who are sitting here, I respect
Honourable
to
Van Wyk,
member.
thank you.
But fact of the matter is,
Honourable
let's
Van
forgive
Wyk, your
the
time has
Esakaka.
now expired.
Thank you.
FF Plus,
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Freedom Front Plus notes with concern the report and the findings of this report. It does paint a bleak picture, especially with regards to the entities. And many of these entities, such as Denel, has become bottomless pits for taxpayer funds and are not functioning. The recommendations of this report are sound and if implemented can assist. Funding is a crisis, but Chairperson, discipline is a much worse crisis in our South African National Defence Force, and that must be addressed. The Freedom Front Plus supports this report.
thank you. Action SA.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Action SA supports the adoption of this report because it exposes the alarming state of key institutions that are meant to support our defense capability and serve those who have sacrificed for South Africa. The oversight visit revealed a pattern of dysfunction, neglect, and poor accountability across several entities. At Denel, members were informed that Project Hoefvester remains incomplete despite more than 7 billion having been spent, while litigation costs have exceeded 400 million. The committee further noted severe understaffing, financial instability, and an inability to meet operational demands. Equally concerning is the state of the Department of Military Veterans. The report highlights inadequate record keeping, manual application processes, an understaffed call center, and poor working conditions that undermine service delivery to military veterans. Perhaps most shocking are the findings at one military hospital, a facility operating at only 40% capacity with critical sections left incomplete for years, despite more than 1 billion being spent on refurbishments, is a devastating indictment of governance failures. The dilapidated accommodation provided to South African National Defence Force members further raises concerns about morale and the dignity afforded to those who serve our country. Action SA therefore supports this report and its recommendations, but stresses that Parliament must now ensure consequence management, implementation, and measurable progress. South Africans cannot afford another report that gathers dust while these failures continue. I thank you, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, again, this report highlights the consequences of underfunding and under-resourcing of the SANDF and Denel and Arms Corps, as well as the shocking state of the Department of Military Veterans. Chairperson, it must be a deep concern to us that the committee, when it visited one military hospital, expressed its shock and disappointment of the state of the hospital, particularly the first and second floors. Now, this is clearly due to a degree of underfunding, but what is the result? The result has been the outsourcing of functions to private hospitals at significant costs. So this does not make economic sense. And clearly, the incomplete ramp project must be finalized as soon as possible. Chairperson, again, the issue relating to Project Hoefyster and the billions of rands that has been wasted on this project is a matter of serious concern. Yes, Chairperson, other members referred to the fact that we have these reports continuously come in, and it is important that oversight is expressed and taken. But it's important to note that this oversight visit took place more than a year ago and shows a shocking deterioration. The question is, what is the present situation? And the ACDP urges that urgent follow-up visits should be arranged to see what the present state of the affairs are at these institutions, whether there's been any improvement or are we back to square one, which would necessitate far greater and more robust parliamentary oversight to ensure that these facilities for our soldiers and military veterans are
Thank you,
improved.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson.
The UDM,
Declaration, we support.
thank you. Rise. Bosa. The ATM. Al-Jamaa.
Jamaa supports the
Thank
report. Thank you.
The NCC. The PIC.
No declaration, Honorable Chair, we support.
Thank you. The UAT.
Thabile jwale. Kore wa kganya mara ntse o batla attention. Thank you, Chairperson. Khotso maAfrika. Honorable members, this report does not show a lack of policy, but a collapse of implementation capacity across the defense value chain. At Denel and Arms Corps, the committee observed state-owned entities that remain strategically vital yet financially and operationally weakened. This reflects a long-standing contradiction. South Africa's defense industrial base is expected to ensure sovereignty and procurement independence, whilst simultaneously being deprived of the consistent capitalization, stable order books, and credible turnaround execution frameworks. At the Department of Military Veterans, the report again highlights the persistent administrative inefficiencies in service delivery, where policy commitment to veterans are undermined by slow verification processes and fragmented interdepartmental coordination. This is not merely bureaucratic delay, it is a failure of developmental state of honor to honor its social contract with those who served. The visit to military hospital is particularly alarming. Despite significant historical expenditure and refurbishment programs, the hospital continues to reflect infrastructure decay, incomplete rehabilitation, and systematic project paralysis. The reinforced finding previously raised a parliamentary and forensic engagement that point to the weak project governance, procurement inefficiencies, and insufficient.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Kanimambo.
The Good Party. The DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. The DA accept the report as tabled here today. While this oversight visit covered several defense institutions in its condition of the Department of Military Veterans, that should concern every member of this House. The DMV exists for one purpose: to serve the men and women who once served as South Africa. Yet what Parliament found was a department struggling to perform even its most basic function. The committee encountered poor working conditions, inadequate document storage, an understaffed call center, manual processing system, and serious concern regarding records management and the integrity of the beneficiary database. Applications are still processed manually, creating opportunities for the delays, errors, lost documentation, and possible irregularities. Particularly alarming was the state of the call center. Members were informed that it operates with extremely limited capacity and can only handle a handful of calls simultaneously. Staff are often required to leave their workstation to physically obtain information from other offices, leaving veterans unable to receive assistance. This is not what a service delivery should look like. Behind these administrative failures are real people. Every delayed application, every unanswered call, every misplaced document represent a military veteran or dependent waiting for support that may be critical to their well-being. The committee also found that senior leadership positions remained filled in an acting capacity with ongoing delays in the permanent appointments. The absence of stable leadership has contributed to uncertainty, weak accountability, and lack of agency in addressing long-standing problems. Even more concerning were allegations raised by employees themselves. During the engagement with the committee, staff members raised concerns ranging from suspensions and unfair dismissal to audit manipulation, lack of accountability, and alleged victimization of whistleblowers. These allegations strike at the heart of good governance and cannot simply be ignored. The Democratic Alliance has repeatedly warned that the DMV is failing too many veterans. This oversight visit confirmed many of those concerns. Veterans continue to struggle with assessing benefits, obtaining information, and receiving feedback on applications. At the same time, the department remains unable to provide Parliament with complete confidence in the accuracy of its own records and beneficiary database. The committee was therefore correct in recommending an independent audit of the beneficiary database, the agent of the records, and the upgrading of the call center and the appointment of a permanent director general and senior management team. Can you imagine that from 2024, the Department of Military Veterans has no permanent director, and the minister has been struggling from 2024 to date to appoint a director. The tragedy is that military veterans have already waited far too long. These are South Africans who answered the call of duty, often at great personal sacrifice. They should not be forced to fight another battle simply to access benefits that Parliament has already provided for them. This oversight visit demonstrated that the challenges at the DMV are no longer administrative inconvenience. They have become a service delivery crisis. Can you imagine also that if you look at the DMV headquarters in Pretoria, the department is using only 2 cell phones for the call center, and to service thousands and thousands of military veterans. This is not good. The minister must act with urgency. Veterans deserve dignity, accountability, and result. Not more promises, not more acting, not more appointments, not more delays. The DA support the report.
Thank you. The ANC.
Honorable Chairperson, the ANC supports the tabling of this joint oversight report and wishes to place on record its appreciation to both committees for the diligence, rigor, and solution-driven approach demonstrated during the oversight visit. In the current strategic environment, where South Africa continues to contribute to regional stability and continental peace support operations, while confronting evolving and complex security threats, a capable, resilient, and well-resourced defense ecosystem remains indispensable. This report therefore arrives at a critical moment, offering a clear and grounded reflection on the state of key institutions within the defense portfolio. We note with appreciation the areas of strength identified during the oversight process, including the sustained engineering and production capabilities within parts of DINEL, the advanced testing and research environment within AMSCO, the professionalism evident among personnel across various facilities, and the strategic contribution of training institutions within the defense education environment. These capabilities remain vital national assets that require sustained protection, investment, and strategic renewal. At the same time, the report correctly highlights structural and operational challenges that continue to affect performance across the portfolio. These include delays in critical defense projects, ongoing financial and liquidity pressures within key state-owned entities, administrative inefficiencies within the Department of Military Veterans, infrastructure backlogs at military health facilities, and maintenance challenges within defense accommodation environments. These issues, if not decisively addressed, have direct implications for readiness, morale, and the dignity of both serving members and veterans. The ANC therefore expresses strong support for the recommendations contained in the report, particularly those aimed at improving institutional coordination across the defense value chain, strengthening oversight and accountability mechanisms, accelerating decision-making on stalled strategic projects, and modernizing administrative and service delivery systems within the Department of Military Veterans. We further support the call for urgent infrastructure recovery interventions at military health facilities and accommodation sites, coupled with strengthened consequence management where failures have occurred. We also emphasize the importance of time-bound implementation. The effectiveness of this report will ultimately be measured not only by its content, but by the speed and discipline with which its recommendations are executed. We therefore urge the executive and all accounting officers to ensure that progress reports are submitted within the stipulated timeframes and that corrective action is taken without delay. This oversight process reflects Parliament's continued commitment to strengthening accountability, rebuilding institutional capability, and ensuring that the defense portfolio is able to fulfill its constitutional mandate. While the challenges are significant, we remain confident that through coordinated effort between the executive and Parliament, and with the dedication of men and women in uniform, the trajectory of the defense sector can be positively strengthened. Accordingly, the ANC supports this adoption of this report. I thank you.
Thank you. The Acting Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chair. I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? The MK Party.
We object. Please note the objections of MK.
Thank you. Any further objections? With that objection, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the fourth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Small Business Development on appointment of small enterprise ombud.
To introduce the report, the Honorable Dick Gale.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Small Business Development, Deputy Minister of Small Business Development, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, esteemed members of Parliament. Today is a watershed moment for our small business as we come together to consider and approve the nomination of persons, one of whom will serve as the first ever small enterprise ombudsperson. House Chairperson, we all agree that the small business sector is a cornerstone of the government's strategy to combat unemployment, with National Development Plan targeting 11 million jobs by 2030. Furthermore, we also know that small enterprises are navigating a sea of bureaucratic hurdles, unstable economic conditions, and growing administrative challenges. Overcoming these struggles require shifting focus from immediate setbacks to building resilient business systems and refining strategies based on market realities. Historically, small enterprise in South Africa lacked a dedicated champion to help them navigate disputes with entities that had far greater legal budgets. At the moment, the country has one of the highest MSME failure rate, with estimates showing that 70% to 80% of small businesses collapse within their first 5 years of operation. Several studies indicate that the primary drivers for this high casualty rate are deeply tied to the country's specific economic and institutional climate, with major compounding factors being the lack of funding, access to markets, regulatory and operational burdens, as well as absence of institutional support with legal authority. A high volume of MSMEs complain that the length of our desk on a weekly and sometimes daily basis indicates systemic market failures like anti-competitive corporate practices, e.g. late payments, unfair supplier selection, and structural bottlenecks. This requires targeted policy interventions and regulatory enforcement. The establishment of the Office of Small Enterprise Ombud is a critical milestone aimed at protecting the MSME sector and provide affordable alternative dispute resolution to tackle unfair contracts and resolve late or non-payments without the need for expensive litigation. The Ombud is specifically empowered to mediate disputes such as late payments and unfair contracts between small enterprises, large corporations, and government bodies, ensure fair and swift resolutions without expensive litigation. We have no doubt that the Ombud will crack many foundational challenges that have historically crippled MSMEs in several ways. It will serve as a buffer, guarantee the survival, expansion, and growth of MSMEs by shielding them from unjust contract terms, late payments, and cash flow bottlenecks. Madam Chair, House Chairperson, the processes have been tedious, complicated, and not without difficulties. However, collectively, and in the greatest interest of the sector, we have been able to reach an agreement on the best course of action. Of course, the processes does not end here, but with the minister making an appointment. The committee will continue to monitor if subsequent processes follow the legal framework as set out in Section 17F of the National Small Enterprise Amendment Act. I thank you.
Thank you. For declaration of vote, the MK Party.
Ke a le dumedisha ka moka. Honorable Chairperson, report e buya la bobedi mo parlamenteng. Ene e buyang la bobedi mo parlamenteng. Batho ba e leng gore ba hlokometsega ke borakgwebo ba borena, ke setšhaba sa borena, ke batho ba e leng gore ga ba kgone go accessa di-lawyera go deala ka mathata a bona ka moka a di-business. Re bea report e mo go wena minister gore o kgone go kgetha motho o e leng gore o na le seriti motho o e leng gore wa tshepega, motho o e leng gore o tlo ema thwi, a ska tšhaba selo, gobane Makgowa a na le ditšhelete a kgona go kitimiša motho go ba go fihlela a sena selo. Jwale re bea gore report e mo go lena gore batho ba bo rena ba ska hlwa ba sokola. Go be le small business ombudsman mo e leng gore ba tšhabela gona ga ba na le mathata. Gomme re nyaka motho wa go hlomphega, minister. A re nyake motho o e leng gore o connected, o tsiba ke mang le mang gore a hwetše mmereko o. Re nyaka process ye le wena o itšee ka mokgwa rena re itšereng ka gona as a committee. Re kgonne go fihla go batho ba ba 4 ba e leng gore re bona o ka re batla qualify. Ntho e leng gore ya re swabiša fela, ebile re swabiša ka e tlo re swabiša ka moka as South Africa gore bo mme ga ba gona, ke mme o tee fela. Jwale le go structure sa lena re nyaka gore le consider bo mme le bona ba kgone go swara, ba kgone go thoma this ombudsman ka ge e tlo thoma mathomo ka this small business department. Re nyaka motho wa go rata setšhaba, o a tlo berekelang setšhaba. Re nyaka a servant, a re nyake politically connected friend, minister. So for many years, small business have lacked affordable and efficient avenue for justice. Taking disputes to court is often costly and time-consuming. The Ombudsman will therefore play a critical role in providing accessible dispute resolution and ensuring a fairer business environment for micro, small, and medium enterprise. The Portfolio Committee undertook this process, as I've mentioned earlier, for the benefit is that it came through to the committee, it went back, it came through to this parliament, and then it went back to the committee to be refined. The Portfolio Committee undertook a transparent and throughout recruitment process. Public nominations were invited across the country. Applications were scrutinized, qualified, verified, and interviews were conducted in a structured and fair manner. Out of the 26 applicants, 8 highly qualified candidates were shortlisted and interviewed. While the committee is satisfied with the quality of the recommended candidate, it is also highlighted a concern regarding representation. Although women constitute the majority of the shortlisted candidates, only 1 woman was among the final recommended. The committee therefore encouraged consideration of gender representation in the future appointments, and also particularly for the position of the deputy.
Thank you, Honourable
Ombuds.
Member.
Okay.
The EFF.
Commander-in-Chief, Commissars and Fighters, entrepreneurs in South Africa and fellow South Africans. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters strongly condemn the unfair and non-transparent process followed in the appointment of the small enterprise ombuds. Along with the resulting report, which fails to uphold the principles of integrity, accountability, and fairness. Section 59 of the Constitution requires the National Assembly to conduct its businesses in an open manner. The committee report does not accurately reflect the proceedings and the outcomes of the interview process. Furthermore, the agreed upon procedure was not adhered to during the process, raising concerns about the integrity and the fairness of the process. It was agreed that the interviews will be streamed live. A Zoom link was shared with us, and we were informed that it was intended for the live broadcasting of this proceeding during the interviews. We inquired whether the session was indeed being broadcasted, and we were assured that it was. However, this did not happen, and the interviews were not televised as promised. During the following days' deliberations, we were once again told that the meeting was being streamed live. However, this turned out to be a false. The deliberate lack of transparency appears to be an attempt to conceal the imposition of a questionable individual into office. Therefore, undermines the integrity and the purpose of the entire interview process. House Chair, the majority of the shortlisted applicants were women. As such, we proposed that only the one name of Advocate Nevondwe Lufuno Tokyo, the highest scoring candidate, be submitted alone to the minister. This would preserve the integrity and the credibility of the interview process and prevent further tampering. We are here to serve the people of this country, not narrow political interest. All interviewed candidates serve to publicly see their performance as part of the transparency. Hiding interviews and deliberations renders these interviews neither free or fair. We wrote to the Speaker of Parliament and the Chair of Chairs about these unfair proceedings. Despite confirmation by the Portfolio Secretary that he is in possession of the relevant proceedings, these have not yet been published as yet. It is imperative, House Chair, that the proceedings be published without further delay to uphold the integrity of the institution addresses. Therefore, for the sake of these entrepreneurs, we are going to support this report.
The IFP.
Thank you, Chair. The IFP re-emphasizes its unwavering commitment to absolute administrative justice, strict cooperative service, and preservation of the rule of law within our public institutions. A foundational pillar in a high-level public appointment must be open, transparent processes. It is therefore regret that the initial interview phase lacked public live streaming. Furthermore, the absence of the normal security vetting and independent credit verification of the stage remains concern, while the acknowledge of the comprehensive academic check were successful completed background screening through the state's security agency. Thorough credit assessment should have been conducted sooner to prevent any institutional risk. Moving forward, the IFP accepts the report, but remains that there is an essential section of credit checks can and absolutely must still be conducted before any final appointment is solidified by the executive. I thank you.
Thank you. The PI.
No declaration, House Chair, we support.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. An ombud for small business is actually a very good idea. It's a good idea to have legal processes which is outside of the formal processes and which makes it easier for less resource-rich entities to assert their position, especially in relation to very big and very deep pocket kind of, well, business partners, if you like. However, the report shows everything that is wrong with South African environment for small businesses. It's 2 years since the law has been accepted, and it took 2 years, actually 1 year to decide to start with this process, and then another year to actually execute the process. And then the process, as the report stated, goes to great lengths to have an objective set of questions to be asked to everybody. The one member who should not be there because he or she was an alternate member, that was disregarded. Everything for an objective process. And then the results, we don't like it. We don't like the results because there were 5 female candidates in the shortlist and only 1 in the top 4. Now, if you want to decide about the demographic profile of the person you want to appoint, decide that beforehand and forget about all these objective measures. Just say, we want the best female, at least for the deputy post, if we can't get her for the post itself. This whole thing makes a joke of a process. I thank you. We reject the report.
Thank you. The action essay.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Action SA supports the adoption of this report and the appointment process for the Small Business Ombud. Small businesses are the backbone of South Africa's economy. They create jobs, they drive innovation and sustain families. Yet for far too long, many small enterprises have operated without the protection and recourse that a properly functioning Ombuds office is meant to provide. The report before us demonstrates that an extensive process was followed. Candidates were interviewed through a structured and standardized process. Legal advice was sought when concerns were raised, and the committee revisited the matter after it was referred by the National Assembly. While parties may differ on aspects of the process, the committee has now considered those concerns and compiled with the guidance provided by the Parliamentary Legal Service. What is concerning for us is the time that has been lost. The initial interviews took place in April 2025. More than a year later, South Africa's small business sector is still waiting for certainty. During that period, countless entrepreneurs have continued to face disputes, unfair business practices, and regulatory challenges without the full benefit of the institution established to assist them. Action SA believes that public institutions must be both credible and efficient. Fair processes matter, but so does timely decision-making. Small businesses cannot afford endless delays while Parliament debates procedural issues. We therefore support the adoption of this report and call on the Minister to ensure that the appointment process is finalized without delay so that the Ombud can begin serving the entrepreneurs who are working every day to grow our economy and create jobs for our people of South Africa. Honorable House Chair and members, I thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP.
No declaration, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The UDM.
No declaration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Rise Mzansi. Bosa. The ATM.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm here on behalf of
Please
BOSA.
proceed.
Chair, having served on the interview panel and as a member of the Portfolio Committee at the time that this process was taken, I believe it's important to place on record that I, together with other colleagues, did raise concerns relating to the transparency, procedural compliance, scoring and evaluation processes, and the overall integrity of the appointment process. These are concerns that we raised during the process itself, and they form part of the debate when this report first came before the House. Importantly, those concerns were not originally reflected in the committee's original reports. They nevertheless became part of the parliamentary record and are among issues that informed the House's decision to refer the report back to the committee for further consideration. The committee has since reconsidered the matter. They've obtained a legal opinion and resolved to return the report to the House. And I do believe that we must respect that work and the conclusions that this committee has reached. The issue before this House is larger than any individual candidate, and I want to make that clear. It is ultimately about whether the institution that we're establishing, one whose mandate rests on fairness, impartiality, and public trust, is actually founded upon a process that reflects those same values. At the same time, time, Parliament's responsibility does not end with the adoption of a report. It extends to learning from the weaknesses exposed by this process and ensuring that future appointment processes are conducted in a manner that's transparent, robust, and beyond reproached. Having placed our concerns on record and recognizing the committee's subsequent reconsideration of the matter, as BOSA we support, but we want to state the Ombud who's ultimately appointed must be beyond reproach. The process that places them in office should strive to meet the same standard going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The ATM, Al-Jamar, the NCC.
Al-Jamar, thank you. Chairperson, no declaration.
Thank you. The NCC, the PAC.
No declaration, Chair. Support the report.
Thank you. The UIT.
No declaration, Chairperson.
Thank you. Good Party. The DA.
Dankie, voorsitter. Today we are debating a report that should have been concluded a year ago. On 5 June 2025, the ANC Deputy Chief Whip moved that a report on the appointment of the small ombud be referred back to the Portfolio Committee for further consideration and reporting. The House agreed. The obvious question is why? Why would the largest party ask for a report to be referred back if there were no concerns about the process? The answer is simple. Serious concerns had been raised regarding fairness, the procedure, and the confidence in the outcome. The Democratic Alliance raised concerns. The EFF raised concerns. The MK Party raised concerns. The Freedom Front Plus raised concerns. Those concerns were significant enough to permit further consideration. Yet, what followed was nearly a year of delay. The Democratic Alliance repeatedly wrote to the chairperson and to the chair of chairs, requesting that the matter be brought back before the committee as soon as possible. We repeatedly request clarity on the way forward. We repeatedly sought progress, yet there was little urgency. Month after month passed without resolution or the committee even discussed the matter. The same ANC that now argues that the Ombud is urgently needed allowed this matter to remain unresolved for almost a year. Chairperson, when a committee eventually reconvened, members expressed a strong view that all 8 candidates should be re-interviewed. Legal advice was therefore sought. But this is where the process once again went wrong. The issue was never the legal opinion, but the ANC's effort to save face after the embarrassing moment when their own deputy chief withdrew the report. The terms of reference for the legal advice focus on whether it would be legally permissible to re-interview all 8 candidates. The legal advisors themselves recommended that the committee identify and isolate the challenge that rendered the report unacceptable and address the challenge directly, or the committee proceed with the process anew. Die uitdagings van die oorspronklike verslag is nooit aangespreek. Daarom is die verslag wat vandag voorgelê word geen verskil van die verslag wat in die verlede teruggestuur is. Dit het duidelik geen regwysende uitkoms nie. The fundamental issue was why the report had been referred back to the first place. What specific concerns had undermined confidence in the process? What corrective action was required? Unfortunately, the committee did not address this issue. Chairperson, the broader lesson from this process is one that South Africans know all too well. When challenges emerged, the ANC delays. When concerns were raised, accountability is postponed. When hard political decisions are required, urgency disappeared. That is why public confidence in the ANC continues to decline. The Democratic Alliance support the establishment of the Office of the Small Enterprise Ombud. We believe small businesses deserve protection against unfair treatment. However, public confidence in the institution begins with public confidence in the appointment process. That confidence is not being restored. For that reason, the Democratic Alliance cannot support this report. Our entrepreneurs deserve transparency, accountability, and a process that commands public trust. The DA therefore reject the report.
The ANC.
Walbongwe. Thank you very much, House Chair, the Chief Whip, honorable members, fellow South Africans. Let me start by appreciating the good work demonstrated here by the leaders of this House. Honorable Carol, via the House Chair, re a dumela hore bomme le bona ba tlhoka go fiwa monyetla. Mme re dumelana le lena hore e ka minister ha lebelela haholoholo motlatsi wa monna yo ka re rena mosadi moo a lebelele tlhakoreng la basadi. Re a dumela, we fully agree. Mathulela the same, we fully agree. Re a dumela ebile re a leboha. You know, House Chair, the problem of not attending the meeting and remain or relying on rumors, you become rumor monger. FF plus, you never set your feet in any of our city. You come here, you indirectly tell Mr. Kruger that instead of lamenting, just say, can we get the deputy ombudsman? But we are not telling direct. So that is why he comes here and he gets more confused. You too, you reject something that you were not part of constructing. It is wrong and misleading. Action SA, we thank you so much. The Bossa, we thank you so much. House Chair, allow me to start this by taking this from Kwame Nkrumah from his book, Africa Must Unite. He says the origin of colonization is nothing less than enterprise of individual interest, a one-sided egotistical imposition of the strong upon the weak, of the bourgeoisie upon the working class, of the apartheid white supremacy upon the black majority. In this case, Honorable Kruger, we are tempted to correct that when the report was sent back, it was not merely to go and look on one thing. It was to deal with the report in totality. That is why all the concerns you say were there, they were all attended to. The only mistake you have was not to bring your Afrikaans English dictionary, because I only realize now that no, you are not good in English, you are only good in Afrikaans. So that is why a number of words did not get you clearly. So upon realizing the concern which were not there, it was a question of grammar. The committee said,
Honorable member,
agree.
just take your seat for a moment. Honorable Trollip, why do you want to be recognized?
I'd like to know if the honourable member would like to take a question.
Honorable member, would you be prepared to take a question?
Ek wil hoor of hy 'n vraag sal vat.
Yes, we have that. Not sal vra, sal antwoord. Honorable member, are you prepared to answer a question?
Nee,
Okay, the answer is
hoekom nie?
thank you. Please proceed.
The Small Business Ombuds provide a critical alternative dispute resolution mechanism for the sector and reduce the cost of doing business by enable MSMEs to avoid expensive legal fees of contract and late payment, thereby simplifying the business processes for the entity through reducing the cost of doing business. House Chair, in many meetings that we said, those who are today saying they are rejecting the report were trying by all means to be at the forefront, trying to understand the pain yomuntu omnyama. Mara namhlanje kubonakele impela ukuthi it's not what we thought of. Mr. Kruger does not even know the size of spaza shop. Mr. Kruger does not even understand what is to be an entrepreneur because by birth, as umzukulwana waka Paul Kruger himself, he only knew that all will be delivered on a silver platter. Unfortunately, in this case, that is why we have agreed that there is a need of ombudsman. Sihlangane sonke and we agreed sivumelane ukuthi ngempela akakhethwe anikwe Minister, do your best and give us ombudsman who will stand for the rights of the emerging, who will stand and ensure the integrity of this department is taken care of. With that, I want to take this opportunity and thank the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, for you have taken so long and being patient and ensure that you bring right and quality product so that the South African can enjoy the benefit of having UMBA's system. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable members, order honorable members. The question before the House as contained in the report is that the following candidates be considered for appointment to the Small Enterprise Ombud in terms of Section 17F of the National Small Enterprise Amendment Act of 2024. Advocate Lefunu Tokyo Navondwe. Advocate Zonwabile Mankotewa. Advocate Leklo Nolo Laki Rabutape and Advocate Nande Mshe. Are there any objections to the recommendation? The DA?
Chair, note the objection of the DA.
Any further objections? With that objection noted, the report and the recommendations is agreed to. The list of candidates will be forwarded to the Minister of Small Business Development for consideration. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on determination by the President of remuneration of members of Financial and Fiscal Commission for 2025-2026 financial year.
Introduce the report, the Honorable Mashwan Ganye.
Thanks, Chairperson. Let's first observe the Youth Month before I present this report, where we pay homage to the forebearers of the struggle, those who sacrificed their lives for the freedom that we are enjoying today. Hector Peterson, Anton Lembete, Peter Mkaba, Josephine Mshowane, and many others. We stand on the ground watered by their blood, their courage, and their conviction. Coming to the report, Chairperson, the report is about the determination of the remuneration of members of the Financial and Fiscal Commission. On the 10th of January 2026, President Ramaphosa referred the report to the Speaker of the National Assembly. From there, the Speaker of the National Assembly referred the report
to the Standing Committee on Finance. It is about the remuneration of an independent body called the FFC. FFC is an independent advisory body on intergovernmental fiscal relations, established in terms of Section 220. And FFC is an institution that is a research and development engine of SCOF, that is the Standing Committee on Parliament. It interprets the Constitution's broad principles into workable, formidable research evidence-based information. After receiving the report as the committee, we considered what has been recommended, because the president does not only take a decision alone, he is given the advice by an independent commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act. And that commission has considered, amongst others, that the salary, the allowances, and the benefits of members of other constitutional institutions make sure that there is affordability in relation to the responsibilities of the constitutional institution concerned, and the level of expertise and experience required of a member of the constitutional institution concerned. The Commission's recommended 4.1% salary increment for all members of the public office bearers, including this one of the FFC. The Standing Committee on Finance, having considered the determination of the remuneration of FFC, refer to it, we approved the President's determination of the remuneration of the members. And we move that the report be adopted. Akbar that last and is stem some as a belief. I thank you.
Thank you. For declaration of vote, I firstly recognize the MK Party.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Just as a reminder to the August House, the ideal situation is that the FFC role was supposed to be that of a central advisory body in South Africa's intergovernmental fiscal system. In that process, it was expected to ensure that fiscal decisions are informed by the independent analysis, constitutional principles, and sound financial governance. Now, in a functional and developmental state, the Commission's work must be instrumental in translating the country's development plan, strategic intent into actionable, evidence-based fiscal policy. If our state was functioning properly, FFC's research and advisory focus should be on what needs to be done to accelerate inclusive and sustainable economic growth that benefits all, and how to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. But the reality is, since its inception, FFC had generated a plethora of recommendations. Now, the question that we should be posing as public representative is what happened to those recommendations? While the answer is very, very conspicuously in front of all of us, a demonstration through harsh realities faced by our people on their daily basis. MK is more concerned about what we call FFC's ignored advices. Despite its warning on the rising debt service cost and the need for a more transparent debt management plan, National Treasury loan acquisition trend continues to be on steroids. Chairperson, our support for the recommended remuneration should not be viewed in isolation to our call on strengthening internal capacity
of FFC and investing into robust implementation tracking mechanism, which will allow the FFC to monitor the uptake and influence of its advisory outputs, which will generate actionable feedback that informs future refinements and reinforces the Commission's role as a dynamic learning institution. As MK Party, we are extremely concerned that the FFC remains a small institution with a very large constitutional mandate expected to serve all the three spheres of government. As at the 31st of March last year, the Commission had 51 approved posts, but only 18 posts were filled, leaving 30 vacant posts. Even more concerning is the situation in the research program, which is in an engine room of the Commission. In that program, where 32 approved posts, but only 10 were filled. Now it's very clear that there's no commitment to get it functional. As MK Party, we support this particular report, but of course, we call on South Africans to go out in their numbers to register to vote for MK Party. The only party that will ensure that the country's wealth will be taken from the few hands who are currently owning and distribute this accordingly to fund crucial institutions like FFC. Hence, it is important for us to talk about the remuneration, not in isolation, but as part of strengthening FFC as a capacitated.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time is now expired.
Thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chair, the Financial and Fiscal Commission is one of those institutions that forms part of the problem in how we process budgets as a country and as Parliament. The Constitution gives the
Honourable
FFC a very...
my apologies. Just pause for a moment. Honourable members in the House, if you're not interested to hear what the Honourable Mahotwe is saying, I am. So those who want to have conversations, please make use of the tea room. Honourable Mahotwe, please continue.
Chair, the Constitution gives the FFC a very specific mandate, powers and privileges that many institutions do not enjoy. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and only those institutions that are foundational to our democracy receive direct constitutional recognition. For more than a decade, we have raised concerns about the equitable share formula and the manner in which resources are distributed across the spheres of government. Section 214 of the Constitution is clear that the Financial and Fiscal Commission must be consulted in determining equitable share allocations. More importantly, the Constitution requires that its recommendations be taken into account. This means that its recommendations are not supposed to be ignored or treated as a box-ticking exercise. There must be meaningful engagement with the advice provided by the Commission. Yet, despite this constitutional responsibility, we continue to face the same structural problems year after year. Municipalities remain underfunded, service delivery continues to deteriorate, communities are expected to survive with inadequate resources. The question that must be asked is, where is the influence of the FFC in changing this trajectory? While we do not dispute that the salaries of commissioners may warrant adjustment from time to time, it is their contribution that concerns us. It is the value they bring that we are struggling to see. Their failure to play a central role in influencing Parliament, asserting their constitutional independence, and providing robust alternatives to the prevailing fiscal orthodoxy makes it difficult for us to support these increases without reservation. Far too often, Chair, the FFC appears to behave like a research desk for the National Treasury and the Standing Committee on Finance, rather than an independent constitutional institution established to provide objective and fearless advice on fiscal matters. What South Africa needs is an FFC established in terms of Section 220 of the Constitution that is genuinely independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law of this country. We need a commission that is willing to challenge bad policy, defend the interests of communities, and place the constitutional obligation of equitable development above bureaucratic convenience. The revolving door between the FFC and the National Treasury, including among commissioners themselves, may very well be at the root of this problem. It may explain why this institution has failed to play the crucial role envisaged for it by the Constitution while public finances deteriorate and poor service delivery continues unchecked in our communities. For these reasons, House Chair and many others, we cannot support this report. I thank you.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The IFP supports the determination of remuneration for members of the Financial and Fiscal Commission. The role of the Commission is central to advancing development across the state. The government needs to allocate resources to improve service delivery and support inclusive growth. To do so, it needs sound evidence-based fiscal advice to aid failing municipalities, infrastructure backlog, and uneven provincial capacity. This is aligned with the IFP commitment to a capable, ethical, and developmental state where institutions are properly resourced and held to high standards of accountability. At the same time, Honorable Chairperson, remuneration must always be matched by performance and impact. The Commission must continue to ensure that its work translates into better fiscal outcomes and more effective use of public resources to address poverty, inequality, and unemployment. The IFP supports this report because a fair and responsible remuneration process strengthens institutional independence. However, the quality of advice and the impact on public finances will determine whether these institutions deliver for the people of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. The PA.
On the budget platform, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, House Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance to declare our support for the President's determination on the remuneration of public office bearers for the 25-26 financial year. Now, let me be clear, Chairperson. Fair pay is not a luxury. It is a necessity. Public office bearers and members of independent constitutional institutions carry an enormous responsibility. They safeguard our democracy, manage public funds, and provide critical oversight. So, if we want competent, ethical, and dedicated people in these roles, we must pay them fairly. Underpaying public servants does not save money at all. It only drives the talent away. So, Chairperson, this determination is fiscally responsible. Yes, South Africa does face economic challenges, but the Standing Committee on Finance has reviewed this determination and found it to be measured and appropriate. It's not about lavish increases. It's about stability, fairness, and respect for those who serve the nation. Honorable House Chair, we must protect the independence of constitutional institutions. There's no way that these institutions must be insulated, or it must be insulated, rather, Chairperson, from political games. As it's playing out before us, there are parties who don't understand the importance of the roles of public office bearers. They are the backbone of running our country. And it's on the strength and basis of that, Chairperson, that the PA supports this determination without any doubt
80 million rand on the CEO salaries of our state-owned enterprises. Now, that's more than the entire budget of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. But what's more, it would take more than 2,900 MK Party chief whips to raise that funding from their own researchers. You see, in South Africa, we pay people a lot to do very little. And unlike what's happening today with the FFC pay hikes, Parliament's direct approval for how we pay our SOE staff is not required. And unfortunately, House Chairperson, this lack of control is often abused. Just last month, this House found that an administrator who was meant to fix the Construction, Education and Training Authority created a 3 million rand a year salary package without asking for permission from the Minister of Higher Education, much less asking for permission from this House. So, Mr. Chairperson, I welcome that for once this House is required to debate and then either pass or reject a resolution to increase state salaries. We should do this more often. For a change, we have a choice. And the FFC seems to be a reasonably well-run organization by South African government standards. But if it was one of our many failing institutions with terrible audit outcomes, we could choose to reject its salary increases. If we decided in this House that we simply had to spend that money elsewhere, Mr. Chair, this House could make that choice. And that's the point. This House is not meant to be a mere notice board. It's meant to be a check on power, a method to stop runaway salaries for failing institutions. So not only do I welcome this choice, but I'd urge the members of this House to make sure that our laws are written in such a way that our SOEs have to ask this House to pass a resolution before increasing their salaries. And perhaps if we did that, our fat cats would be a little thinner. And perhaps by us working a little bit later this evening, we could start a conversation for some of our SOE CEOs to work at all. Thank you.
The ANC.
Good evening, Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members. The ANC supports the 4.1 salary increment for the commissioners of the Financial and Fiscal Commission, who fall under the category of members of the public office bearers governed by the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act. The commissioners of the Financial and Fiscal Commission are a critical part of our mandate to make recommendations to Parliament, provincial legislatures and organized local government and other organs of state on the financial and fiscal matters as envisaged in the Constitution and other national legislation. The Standing Committee on Finance and Appropriation is the key parliamentary committee that receives input from the FFC in processing money bills. The provisions of an independent analysis on the budget cycle is a critical aspect to enhance decision-making by Parliament. The FFC not only advises Parliament, but also the executive in ensuring that decisions taken by the National Treasury are within the constitutional provisions. Our country has been experiencing the adverse effects of high cost of living and credit, which has significantly increased the debt servicing cost and other debt positions as a country. Multiple factors contribute to this financial fiscal situation, which also depends the capacity of government to increase public investment. The Financial and Fiscal Commission has continuously raised alarm bells on aspects that weaken our fiscal position and further makes recommendations which contribute to shaping the fiscal policy of South Africa. South Africa's fiscal trajectory is now on a sustainable path as the cost of debt is decreasing and government is achieving a primary budget surplus. Economic growth is also rebounding, and more work has to be done to place the economy on a higher growth trajectory. The implementation of the Operation Vulindlela will contribute to strengthening the network industries, which are an enabler for economic growth. Today, we have resolved issues of load shedding. We are restoring commuter rail routes. We are increasing our investment in water infrastructure. The FFC has recognized the improving macroeconomic context and the impact of structural reforms to enhance the competitiveness of the economy of South Africa. Our efforts as Parliament should not only be on achieving growth, but also on focusing on job creation. Our national budget should contribute to creating and stimulating a job creation in a targeted manner. The commissioners of the FFC are technical specialists with the knowledge and experience to provide the required empirical evidence to advise the executive and Parliament. As we celebrate 30 years of our constitution, we should celebrate the role played by the FFC.
Member, please just take your seat for a moment. Why do you want to be recognized, Honorable Van Rooyen?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm rising on the Rule 84.
Yes.
I think the member is misleading the House and, of course, inadvertently misleading the nation. The debt service cost of our country
No, Honorable
are
Van
not,
Rooyen. Thank you, Honorable Van Rooyen. That's not a point of order. It's a point of debate.
But that's a wrong fact.
It's a point of debate.
That's a fact.
Please take
Des must sit down.
order. Honorable Van Rooyen, no,
It's
thank
not
you.
like you.
Your opportunity to
No,
debate.
no, Honorable.
That last.
Order.
Yes, you think you know too much.
Honorable members on the virtual platform, none of you have been recognized. Please remain muted until you are recognized. Honorable member at the back, why do you want to be recognized?
Ngihamba nge-point of order ukuthi namhlanje akasiyo usihlalo, you are the chairperson, you are the one driving this house. Le nto ayenzayo ayilungile ukuthi kube
Yeah, no, honorable member,
point of order leyo.
oh, no, thank you. I
Thank
don't know whether you
Gamede.
have noted, but I've asked the member not to engage until I
Yes, angithi bengiphambi
ruling.
ekuqaleni
No, no,
of-
thank you. Please take your seat.
Thank you.
Thank
As long as you have noted
that
my
last.
point of
Order, honorable member, I've asked
Bara,
you to
that
take a
last.
seat.
That last. Take
Honorable,
charge of the
Order.
FMK.
honorable member, please continue.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Van Rooyen, that is a point of debate. You had an opportunity to come here and state your facts. Allow me to conclude, honorable members, by saying, as we celebrate the 30 years of our constitution, we should celebrate the role played by the FFC in strengthening our democracy and preserving the constitutional principles. The ANC recognizes that the cost of living has increased and many services used by citizens are high, and the salary increment will help mitigate the effects of inflation. The work done by these commissioners is invaluable, and we support the increment to enhance the living conditions of these commissioners. We will continue to support the work of the FFC as it extends its eyes and ears and voice to ensure that the finances of our government and economy are on a sound path and a sound trajectory. The ANC supports this increment. Thank you, honorable members.
Malibongwe.
Order, honorable members. Are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Finance, which recommends the approval of determination by the President of remuneration of members of the Financial and Fiscal Commission for the 2025-2026 financial year, as it appears on the order paper?
MK supports.
Order,
House
honorable.
Chair,
Order.
Yeah.
House Chair.
Honorable Mahotwe, please in future raise your hand on the virtual platform, but for now I'll recognize you.
Thank you, House Chair. Please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. Any further objections?
The EFF members here don't object.
Honorable Doug Moore, you have also not been given permission to unmute and just speak. Honorable members, with the objection of the EFF noted, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the sixth order.
Yeah. Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities on determination by the President of remuneration of Commissioners of Commission for Gender Equality for 2025-2026 financial year.
To introduce the report, the Honorable Van der Merwe.
Very good evening, honorable members. Let me also take the opportunity to greet the members of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and all South Africans that are following us this evening. Let me also start by observing South African Youth Month, also recognizing that together we must do more to end South Africa's unemployment crisis. Chair, on 10 January 2026, the President of the Republic sent a request to the National Assembly, referred to the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities on 25 March 2026 to consider the draft notice of the determination of the salaries and allowances of members of various institutions, including the Commission for Gender Equality. On 21 April 2026, the request was tabled before our Portfolio Committee for consideration. Chair, despite gains and successes, gender equality in South Africa remains unfinished business. Women and girls continue to bear the brunt of gender-based violence. Women remain disproportionately concentrated in lower level and informal employment. Women carry the lion's share of unpaid care work. It is the girl child that misses school because they lack sanitary dignity. And it's the girl child that drops out of school because of our pervasive statutory rape crisis. Interventions to transform harmful gender norms while promising are often limited and under-resourced. And even though gender-based violence and femicide has been declared a national disaster, and our national strategic plan against gender-based violence and femicide has been rolled out, clearly our good intentions, our words and policies alone are not enough. In this context, an institution such as the Commission for Gender Equality is so vital. The CGE must monitor, research, investigate, litigate, advocate, and convene across sectors to ensure that our constitutional commitments to gender equality are translated into real lived change. For the CGE to fulfill its mandate, it must be adequately resourced, both financially and in human capacity. The President, therefore, has asked this House to consider the recommended increase of 4.1% for the chairperson, the deputy chairperson, and commissioners of the CGE. The Portfolio Committee agreed, yes, to support the recommendations, mindful of our country's fiscal constraints. However, Chair, the Portfolio Committee has often said that our investment in the Commission for Gender Equality must translate into a more visible, stronger CGE. And we believe that this investment into the leadership of the CGE must not only be counted in the pages of their research reports, but it must be counted in real, measurable progress towards true and meaningful gender equality. I hereby table this report to the House for your support and recommendation, your consideration and support. So ek hoop dat agbare members asseblief vir die verslag sal stem. Baie dankie.
For the purpose of declaration of vote, the MK Party.
Honorable Chairperson, the Mkhonto we Sizwe Party rejects this report unequivocally.
We cannot in good conscience support recommendations for remuneration increases for public office bearers while millions of South Africans continue to endure poverty, unemployment, inequality, and hunger. Every day, mothers are forced to choose between paying for transport, electricity, or food, and communities continue to live without reliable water, functioning healthcare facilities, adequate housing, and basic safety, and young graduates carry qualifications but find no opportunities. Yet this parliament is asked to approve salary increases for those already occupying positions of privilege and authority. Honorable Chairperson, this is a complete disconnect from the lived realities of ordinary South Africans. Youth unemployment is a national crisis. Economic growth sluggish, investor confidence fragile, and millions of households are experiencing severe cost of living crisis. In any organization facing financial pressure, responsible leadership begins by prioritizing performance, efficiency, and service delivery. Before considering increases in executive remuneration, the same principle must apply in this House. Good governance requires that remuneration is linked to measurable outcomes, to accountability and demonstrated impact. It cannot be divorced from the performance nor from the socio-economic realities facing this nation. We're constantly told there is no money to adequately support pensioners, persons living with disabilities, and vulnerable households, or to meaningfully expand youth development programs. But somehow, there's always money when politicians, commissioners, and public office bearers are due to receive salary increases. The MK Party rises today to reject this double standard. Before this House considers any remuneration increase, we must ask the fundamental question: what measurable impact have these institutions made in improving the lives of the people they were established to serve? In particular, what tangible difference has the Commission for Gender Equality made in the lives of poor women in villages, townships, informal settlements, and rural communities? Women continue to face violence, abuse, and discrimination, gender-based violence, a national crisis. Children continue to suffer abuse and exploitation, and far too many victims are still denied justice and protection. The painful reality is that South Africans continue to witness these challenges despite the existence of institutions mandated to address these issues. Chairperson, public confidence in democratic institutions is built on outcomes, not intentions. Parliament has the duty to ask a very difficult question before approving additional expenditure. Leadership demands more than authority, it demands example. And during periods of national hardship, leaders must demonstrate solidarity with the people they represent. Parliament must show restraint, discipline, and commitment to directing scarce public resources towards the urgent needs of society. We must take mandate from the people. And at this moment, South Africans are not demanding higher salaries for public officials. Abantu badinga imisebenzi, amanzi, ugesi, omasipala abasebenzayo, nesithunzi. Honorable members, we cannot prioritize the interests of the elites while ignoring the cries of the people. For these reasons, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party firmly rejects this report and calls for freezing on all remuneration increases for public office bearers until meaningful improvements are achieved in the living conditions of ordinary South Africans and until measurable performance outcomes can justify such increases. The people of South Africa deserve a government that places them before themselves. Abantu abasha, the time has come now to shine. Let's shock the GNU again. Register to vote for Umkhonto weSizwe on the 4th of November 2026. Gwaza Mkhonto.
The EFF.
Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters support this report and the proposed determination relating to the remuneration of the members of the Commission for the Gender Equality. We do so because Commission for Gender Equality is not an ordinary institution. It is a Chapter 9 institution established by our Constitution to protect, promote, and advance gender equality in South Africa. In a country where women continue to experience violence, discrimination, poverty, and exclusion, institutions mandated to defend their rights must be properly capacitated to fulfill their constitutional responsibilities. Chairperson, our support for this report should not be mistaken for satisfaction with the state of gender equality in South Africa. The reality is that millions of women remain trapped in poverty. Women continue to bear the burden and unemployment, particularly young women. Women continue to experience unacceptable levels of gender-based violence and femicide. Women in rural communities continue to face barriers to land ownership, economic participation, and access to quality public service. The EFF maintains that the struggle for gender equality cannot be separated from the struggle for the economic justice. Political rights alone are insufficient in women remain economically marginalized and exclusion from ownership of the wealth of this country. For that reason, while we support the remuneration determination before us, we also call for a greater accountability from all constitutional institutions. South Africans must see tangible outcomes for the work of these institutions. Reports, recommendations, and investigation must translate into meaningful improvements in the lives of ordinary women. The Commission of Gender Equality must continue to strengthen its oversight work, improve accessibility to communities, and ensure that women in villages and in farms and informal settlements know where to seek assistance when their rights are violated. Chairperson, we are further concerned by the delays in the processing and the finalization of remuneration determinations. Parliamentary oversight processes must be conducted efficiently and transparently. Delays determined certainly and do not contribute to good governance. As the EFF, we will continue to fight for the South Africa where women enjoy genuine social, political, and economical freedom, where women have equal access to land, education, healthcare, empowerment, employment opportunities, and where constitutional rights are reflected in the material conditions of the people. Chairperson, strong institutions are important, but strong institutions must also produce results. Our support for this report therefore goes hand in hand with our expectations that the Commission and the Gender Equality will
Thank you, Honourable Member.
advance interest vote for the EFF come the 4th November.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The IFP supports the determination of a remuneration for members of the Financial and Fiscal Commission. The role of the Commission is central to advancing development across the state. The government needs to allocate resources to improve service delivery and support inclusive growth. To do so, it needs sound, evidence-based fiscal advice to aid failing municipality, infrastructure backlogs, and uneven provincial capacity. This is aligned with the IFP commitment to a capable, ethical, and a developmental state where institutions are properly resourced and held to high standards of accountability. At the same time, Honorable Chairperson, remuneration must always be matched by performance and impact. The Commission must continue to ensure that its work translates into better fiscal outcomes and more effective use of public resources to address poverty, inequality, and unemployment. The IFP supports this report because a fair and responsible remuneration process strengthens institutional independence. However, the quality of advance and the impact of the public finances will determine whether these institutions deliver for the people of South Africa. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The IFP supports. Thank you.
Thank you. The PI.
Thank you, House Chair, honorable members, members of the public. The Patriotic Alliance supports this determination. Public office bearers carry significant responsibilities and should be fairly compensated for the work they do. However, our support must not be mistaken for complacency. While we debate salaries in this House, millions of South Africans continue to wait for the dignity and opportunities they were promised. Women are still victims of violence with nowhere to turn. Young people remain trapped in unemployment. Persons with disabilities continue to face barriers that prevent them from participating fully in society. Honorable Chair, fair remuneration must go hand in hand with accountability. The question is not only what public representatives earn, but what the public receives in return. Our community is safer? Are more jobs being created? Are services reaching those who need them the most? And are we improving the lives of the people who sent us here? The Patriotic Alliance believes that South Africans deserve public representatives who deliver, not merely occupy positions. So yes, we support this determination, but we call for greater accountability, greater urgency, and greater commitment to the people of this country, to the women, the youth, and persons with disabilities of South Africa. The Patriotic Alliance sees your struggles, hears your concerns, and will continue to fight for meaning change. Thank you.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Honourable House Chairperson, no declaration from us.
Thank you. Action SA.
House Chair, Action SA supports a 4.1% increase for the Commission on Gender Equality, as it is broadly in line with inflation. However, we remain deeply concerned about the size and cost of our bloated, top-heavy government with one of the largest cabinets in the world, 32 ministers and 43 deputy ministers. Ask a single South African the name of any deputy minister and what they do, and you'll be met with a blank stare. This is why Action SA has introduced the 23rd Constitutional Amendment Bill, which abolishes the role of deputy ministers entirely, saving South Africans billions. These roles are redundant and have no meaningful function in governance beyond rewarding political allies. Secondly, mandates parliamentary vetting of all cabinet appointments. Gone are the days of late-night reshuffles and recycled appointments without transparency or oversight. Thirdly, enables the National Assembly to remove ministers through a motion of no confidence. If the President won't act, Parliament now can, a crucial step to enforcing accountability. As stated earlier, as part of Action SA's broader cabinet reform agenda, 1.5 billion could be saved per year by cutting wasteful expenditure at the top of the executive. This is where we should start. Thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP.
No declaration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The UDM.
No declaration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Rise Mzansi. Bosa.
No declaration.
The ATM. Al-Jamar.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. No declaration.
Thank you. The NCC. The PIC. The UIT.
Thank you, Chairperson. No declaration.
Thank you. Good Party. The DA.
Good evening, Chairperson. Good evening, honorable members. Chairperson, it looks like the opposition parties, they hell-bent on rejecting all the inputs in this House without offering any alternatives. With that being said, Chair, the MK member that spoke today is not even a member of the portfolio of women, youth, and persons with disabilities, whereas the real members that are delegated in this portfolio committee, they did not object to this report. It looks like they are using this opportunity for grandstanding purposes, and that is unacceptable. With that being said, Chairperson, while we acknowledge that more still needs to be done to realize the issue of gender equality, we also understand that the issue of statutory rape also needs more attention as our young girls are often violated, and it looks like there isn't people that are actually willing to report those cases to ensure that the perpetrators, they end up where they belong. Chairperson, we wish to also state that the determination is consistent with Section 219 of subsection 5 of the Constitution and the provisions of the Determination of Remuneration of Office Bearers of Independent Constitutional Institution Laws Amendment Act 2014, Act number 22 of 2014, which provide the framework for determining the remuneration of office bearers of Chapter 9 institutions. The Commission for Gender Equality is a Chapter 9 institution mandated to strengthen constitutional democracy and promote gender equality. Appropriate remuneration contributes to safeguarding the institution's independence, dignity, and effectiveness. The proposed adjustment is based on recommendations made by the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers after considering relevant factors, including responsibilities of office bearers, affordability, prevailing economic conditions, inflation, and the fiscal position of the state. The recommended 4.1% increase for chairperson, deputy chair, and commissioners will assist in mitigating the impact of inflation and rising living costs, ensuring that remuneration remains fair and reasonable. Competitive remuneration is necessary to attract and retain suitably qualified and experienced individuals who can effectively discharge the responsibilities entrusted to members of the Commission for Gender Equality. Chairperson, the proposed adjustment promotes consistency and equity in the remuneration of public office bearers and aligns with adjustments recommended for other independent constitutional institutions. The committee, having considered the draft notice of the President's determination of the salaries and allowances of members of the Commission for Gender Equality, recommends that the National Assembly approve the determination as submitted by the President. The committee further requests the executive to ensure that any further adjustments are tabled sufficiently in advance of the end of the financial year to allow proper parliamentary processing and to avoid the retrospective application. I thank you, Chair. We support the report.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson.
Maybe it's a voice in my and your head, Honorable Member. Please continue.
That voice have shouted my 4 seconds. Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chair, I must inform you before I get into the declaration that in the past weekend, the Secretary General of the ANC addressed masses in KZN in eThekwini, who most of which have declared their regret of what they did on the 29th of May and vowed not again to repeat that mistake on the 4th of November. They are going to vote for the African National Congress. Chairperson, the African National Congress, we rise to support the determination by the President of the Republic regarding the remuneration of the public office bearers, including independent constitutional institutions, for the 2025-2026 financial year. It is crucial that we recognize that public office bearers occupy the positions that are significant in our constitutional democracy. The work that they do in their respective institutions underpins the functioning of our democratic institutions, service delivery, and the protection of the rights of our people as outlined in the Constitution. The determination before this House seeks to strike an appropriate balance between ensuring a fair remuneration and maintaining fiscal prudence in the constrained economic environment. As the ANC, we support this determination because it reflects a measured and responsible approach to remuneration. At a time when South Africa continues to confront economic challenges, rising cost of living, and increasing demands on public resources, government ought to demonstrate a commitment to responsible expenditure while ensuring that those entrusted with public responsibilities are compensated fairly and in line with the recommendations of the Independent Commission for Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. House Chair, the ANC is particularly mindful of the impact of this determination on members of the independent constitutional institutions, including the Commission for Gender Equality. The Commission for Gender Equality is a vital Chapter 9 institution mandated to promote, protect, monitor, and evaluate gender equality in our society. Its work remains indispensable in confronting persistent gender inequalities, advancing women's empowerment, and monitoring the implementation of the constitutional and legislative obligation across the state. The Commission operates within challenging environment characterized by high levels of gender-based violence and femicide, economic exclusion of women, and continuing discrimination against vulnerable groups. It is therefore important that members of the Commission are afforded remuneration that reflects significance of their constitutional responsibilities and enables the institution to attract and retain suitable, qualified, and experienced individuals. Our support for this determination must also be understood within the broader context of strengthening democratic governance. Independent constitutional institutions play a critical role in safeguarding democracy, promoting human rights, and holding the state accountable. Their effectiveness depends not only on the legislative and financial support, but also on ensuring that their leadership and members are appropriately recognized and remunerated. The ANC has consistently maintained that remuneration determinations should be informed by principles of fairness, transparency, sustainability, and affordability. We therefore welcome the balanced approach adopted in this determination, which considers prevailing economic conditions while ensuring the continued functionality and stability of our constitutional institutions. Chairperson, the ANC notes the rejection that has came from people who, since their problem with the IEC, are punishing all Chapter 9 institutions of our country. We don't know what is it that the IEC has done to the Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, but we say that the Commission of Gender Equality must not be punished for that. In that regard, Chair, we welcome and support the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Deputy Chief Whip.
Malibongwe.
Thank you so much, House Chairperson. We move that we accept the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities?
No objection.
Which recommends the approval of the determination by the President of Remuneration of Commissioners of the Commission for Gender Equality for the 2025-2026 financial year, as it appears on the order paper and in the report. The MK Party.
Please note the objection of Umkhonto Wesizwe. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other objections? With that objection, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will now read the 7th order.
Decision of caution on report of Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements on study tour to Brazil from 2 to 6 March 2026.
Honorable members, I wish to remind you that this matter was debated in a virtual mini plenary last Friday on the 5th of June. Of course, in terms of our rules, a decision on it can only be taken in the full plenary. This is also the case for the decisions that is to follow in respect of the 8th to the 12th orders. The Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you so much, House Chairperson. We move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Are there any objections to the adoption of this report?
No objection.
Honorable Dagmore, please assist us. Some want to get to dinner at some point.
Please
Honorable,
remove him from the
Douglas.
house. Chair, please remove him from the House.
Honorable Maotwe, you are also.
Mautwe.
Order, honorable members. Let's all work in terms of the rules. Honorable Douglas,
Please note the objections of Umkhonto we Sizwe Party. Thank you.
thank you. Any further objections? With that objection noted, the report is agreed to. The secretary will read the 8th order.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on Social Development on study tour to United Kingdom from 23 to 28 March 2026.
The Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you so much, House Chairperson. We move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Honorable members, are there any objections to the adoption of this report? MK Party?
Please note the objection of Umkhonto we Sizwe Party. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further objections? With that objection noted, the report is agreed to. The secretary will read the 9th order.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on Social Development on oversight visit to KwaZulu-Natal Province to SASSA KZN and NDA regional offices, SASSA local offices in Stenga and Mandeni, and NDA funded projects.
Are there any objections to the adoption of this report? The Honourable MK Party?
Please note the objections of MK Party. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further objections? With that objection noted, the report is agreed to. The secretary will read the 10th order.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation on parliamentary diplomacy meeting with EU Committee on Foreign Affairs and oversight visit on SA missions in Europe at South African Embassy in Brussels, Belgium.
The Deputy Chief Whip.
House Chairperson, we move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Are there any objections to the adoption of this report? The MK Party?
Honorable Chair, please note the objections of Umkhonto we Sizwe Party. Thank you.
Thank you. The UAT?
The UAT object.
Thank you. With those two objections noted, the report is agreed to. The secretary will read the 11th order.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry and Competition on petition from National African Federated Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Are there any objections to the adoption of this report? MK Party?
Please note the objections of Umkhonto we Sizwe Party. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further objections? With that objection noted, the report is agreed to. The secretary will now read the 12th order.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor on oversight visit to Free State Province from 14 to 18 October 2025.
Are there any objections to the adoption of this report? MK Party?
Please note the objection of Umkhonto we Sizwe Party. Thank you.
Any other objections? With that objection noted, the report is agreed to. Honourable members, we now come to motions without notice. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a motion without notice?
Thank you very much, House Chair. The ANC moves without notice that the House notes that the renowned South African DJ, producer, entrepreneur, and quite a pioneer, Mr. Oscar Mdlongwa, also known as Oskido, has been awarded the Order of Ikamanga in silver by the President Cyril Ramaphosa during the 2026 National Orders Investiture Ceremony. Further notes that the Order of Ikamanga recognizes South Africans who have been doing great in the field of arts, culture, literature, music, journalism, and sports. Acknowledges Oskido's immense contribution to the growth and development of the South African music industry. His pivotal role in pioneering the Kwaito movement, but also his commitment to nurturing and creating opportunities to generations of young musicians, recognizes his contribution to national building, cultural preservation, and the promotion of South African music and talent, both domestically and international. Congratulates Mr. Mdlongwa on his well-deserved national honor and wish him continued success in empowering young artists and advancing the creative industry. Kere waichukucha, Oskido waichukucha.
Are there any objections to this motion? No objections, agreed to. The DA.
Honorable House Speaker, on behalf of the DA, I hereby wish to move without notice that this House notes the recent briefings to the Standing Committee on the Auditor General on cases arising from wrongdoing uncovered during government audits. Further notes that investigations and disciplinary processes often take years to conclude, weakening accountability and public trust. Recognizes the recurring problem of officials resigning before facing consequences of misconduct, only to reappear elsewhere in government. Acknowledges the important role of the Auditor General in uncovering corruption, protecting public money, and encourages government to strengthen accountability measures, close loopholes that allow officials to escape consequences, and prevent repeat offenders from moving between institutions without proper scrutiny. I so move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The MK Party.
I hereby give notice that I shall move on behalf of Mkhonto Sizwe Party that the House notes with deep concern the arrival of winter across South Africa and the devastating impact it has on millions of people living in informal settlements, overcrowding dwellings, and inadequate shelter. Further notes that every year communities are exposed to flooding, fires, collapsing structures, and severe weather conditions that place lives, livelihoods, and property at risk. Acknowledges that women, children, older persons, and persons with disabilities are often the most vulnerable victims of these conditions and bear the greatest burden when disasters strike. Recognizes that access to adequate housing is not merely a constitutional obligation, but a fundamental matter of human dignity, safety, and humanity, and that every South African deserves a place to call home. Further recognizes that the measure of a caring society is found in how it treats its most vulnerable citizens, and that no person should be forced to endure winter without the dignity, security, and protection of adequate shelter, and laments the reality that 32 years into democracy, millions of South Africans will once again spend winter under leaking roofs or muddy ground and in overcrowded settlements, a painful reminder that the dream of a decent home and the restoration of dignity and humanity to our people remains an unfulfilled promise for far too many South Africans. I so move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move without notice that the House knows the growing public concern regarding undocumented migration, border management, and enforcement of immigration laws in various parts of South Africa. Further notes that the commitment by the President and government to strengthen border management, improve immigration enforcement, and address challenges relating to undocumented migration through lawful and constitutional means. Acknowledges that concerns relating to immigration, public safety, service delivery, and the integrity of immigration system require urgent and coordinated action by the relevant organs of state. Recognizes that the effective enforcement of immigration laws while safeguarding the rights and dignity of all peoples within the Republic is essential in maintaining public confidence, social cohesion, and rule of law. Affirms that all persons within the Republic are entitled to protection of the law, and the disputes relating to immigration policy must be addressed through lawful and democratic processes. Calls upon South African police services and all the relevant enforcement authorities to act decisively against any individual or group that takes the law into their own hands, while simultaneously ensuring that immigration laws are enforced in a lawful, constitutional, and humane manner. Mandate the portfolio committees on Home Affairs, Police, and Defense and Military Veterans to convene a joint hearing, including public submissions on the crisis and measures being undertaken to address undocumented migration, border management, immigration enforcement, and related security concerns, and to table such reports before the National Assembly. I so move.
Honorable members, I put the motion. Are there any objections? No. Action essay? Thank you. With that objection, that motion is converted into a notice of motion. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The African National Congress move without notice that the House notes South Africa's national football team
affectionately known as Bafana Bafana, is participating in the prestigious 2026 FIFA World Cup tournament. Further note that the hard work, dedication, and resilience shown by the players, technical team, and coach Hugo Bros is securing qualification and representing the aspirations of our nation on the global stage. Believe that Bafana Bafana carries the hopes, dreams, and unwavering support of over 60 million citizens as they compete against the best team in the world. Extend its warmest congratulations to the entire Bafana Bafana squad on their qualification. Wishes the team absolute best of luck in all their matches during the 2026 FIFA World Cup Championships and calls upon all South Africans to rally behind the team, fly the national flag with pride, and show the world the true spirit of Rainbow Nation. So I move. Hola Bafana Bafana, hola.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We note that on the 3rd of June 2026, a team of SunPark Chem Research Center, joined by SunPark Rangers and volunteer students from the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, planted more than 300 indigenous Cape Beach seedling in Newlands Forest. We commend SunPark's conservation staff and community partners for their ongoing commitment for preserving and rehabilitating one of the Cape Town's most important natural heritage sites. Recognizing the Cape Beach or Bukes Hout is an indigenous species that plays a vital role in supporting biodiversity, restoring ecological balance, and strengthening the resilience of indigenous forest ecosystems. Further notes that this initiative forms part of the third phase of ongoing rehabilitation program, which has already seen more than 150 indigenous trees successfully planted during the previous phases in 2025. Further acknowledge is that the contribution of volunteers, students, researchers, and conservation officials whose collective efforts continue to promote environment stewardship and sustainable conservation practices, and welcome SunPark's continued commitment to monitor and nurturing for more than 450 indigenous trees now planted across all phases of the program.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you, I so move, Chair. Thank you.
I put the motion, Honourable Members. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The PA.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Patriotic Alliance rises to move without notice that this House notes and celebrates the outstanding achievement of South Africa's national sevens rugby team, the South African national rugby sevens team, in securing the 2026 Sevens World Championship title in Bordeaux, France. The Blitzboks have once again demonstrated the values that define our nation: courage, discipline, resilience, and excellence. Their success on the world stage has made South Africans proud and reaffirmed our country's status as a global force in rugby sevens. We commend the players, coaching staff, and support personnel whose hard work and dedication made this achievement possible. Their performance has inspired millions and reminded us of the unifying power of sport. The Patriotic Alliance therefore congratulates the Blitzboks on their World Championship victory. Thanks to them for representing South Africa with distinction and wishes them continued success in the future. I so move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The FF Plus.
House Chairperson, I hereby move on behalf of a VF Plus with this House notes that Ms. Lara Pieterse, grade 12 learner at Jan van Riebeeck High School in Cape Town, has been selected to participate in a number of prestigious ballet productions during June 2026. Further notes that these productions include Orpheus in the Underworld, presented by Cape Town City Ballet Center Stage and Cape Junior Ballet, as well as other major ballet performances. Acknowledges her dedication to the performing arts, her achievement of Royal Academy of Dance Ballet certifications, and her earlier participation in the Artscape Opera House productions of Coppelia, recognizes her committed talent and hard work in promoting and advancing the performing arts in South Africa, and congratulates Ms. Pieterse on her achievements and wishes her every success in her futuristic artistic endeavors. I so move, House Chairperson. Thank you.
Honorable members, I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. Action SA.
I, Darlene James, on behalf of Action SA, move without notice that the House notes with grave concern the escalating violence on the Cape Flats, where despite the deployment of the South African National Defence Force under Operation Prosper, communities continue to live under siege with daily gunfire, gun-related violence, and spent bullet casings littering residential streets and dead bodies, leaving innocent residents in constant fear. Further notes the growing concerns expressed by residents, community leaders, and security experts that current law enforcement interventions have proven inadequate, with an under-resourced and understaffed police service struggling to curb the bloodshed that continues to devastate communities across South Africa. Further recognizes that meaningful progress requires intelligence-led operations that enable SANDF, in support of the South African Police Service, to conduct targeted raids and strategic interventions against gang networks and organized criminal activity, rather than relying predominantly on highly visible patrols that have delivered limited operational impact, and expresses concern that only a sustained whole-of-government approach, bringing together both national and provincial law enforcement agencies, government departments, civil society organizations, community structures, and other stakeholders, will effectively protect vulnerable communities from the scourge of gangs, drugs, and violent crime that continue to destroy lives and undermine public safety. I so move.
Have we lost the link, Honorable Chair?
All right, I was going to ask the same thing.
Honorable members, it's Tanya Lyons here. We seem to have lost our link with the chamber. We're busy restoring it.
Thank you.
Tanya, can you please note that we were about to read a statement on behalf of the ACDP, a motion without notice.
No. Who told you that?
Can I maybe check with members on the virtual platform, inviting some disorder? Can you hear us?
Yes,
No, Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, we
Yes.
now
We
can
can,
hear.
we
Earlier
can hear
couldn't
you,
We can hear you.
Yeah,
Chairperson.
thank you. That
Yes.
moment of disorder is
We hear
now
you, Chair.
We can hear you
concluded.
loud and
Thank
clear
you.
now.
Loud and clear.
Order, honorable members. Honorable member, please start afresh.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity again. The African National Congress moved without notice that the House notes with shock and deep sadness the brutal murder of retired Western Cape couple Ernest and Diana Reis in the northern section of Kruger National Park. Further notes that the bodies of Ernest and Diana Reis from Musel Bay were found with stab wounds on the 22 May in the Levuvu River after they were reported missing. Understand that the couple disappeared during a safari trip near the Pafori region close to Mozambique border before the bodies were later discovered near Kruger's Corner. Acknowledge that the two suspects have been arrested in Mozambique following a collaborative cross-border effort. Understand that the officials are in the process of extraditing them to South Africa to stand trial for the double murders and conveys its condolences to the family and friends of Ernest and Diana Reis. I so move. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I move without notice on behalf of the ACDP that the House notes that non-profit organization Made for More, based in Durban, is celebrating the 10th anniversary of its founding by Julia van Zyl in 2016. Noting further that the organization was started from a deep need to see children with physical disabilities not only educated but celebrated and supported in every aspect of their lives. Noting further that Made for More uses parasurfing and other sporting opportunities to include, equip, and empower people living with disabilities. Notes further that over the years, Made for More has created platforms for athletes to grow in confidence, compete at provincial, international, and most importantly, to find community and purpose through sport. Notes further that in recognition of the remarkable work that the organization has been doing in parasport, Made for More was named Recreation Body of the Year at the 18th Annual South African Sports Awards. Congratulates Made for More on this achievement, as well as on celebrating 10 years of ensuring that with opportunity, support, and faith, disabled athletes can reach their true potential and live passionate, purposeful lives. I so move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The DA.
Honorable House Chair, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House notes with great concern the findings contained in two independent reports recently tabled before Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Social Development, which expose serious departmental failures, irregular appointments, and apparent breakdowns in accountability within the department. Further notes that the report raised disturbing questions regarding adherence to cabinet decisions, compliance with public service prescripts, executive oversight, and the integrity of appointment processes within government. Recognizes that allegations of irregular appointments and possible manipulation of administrative processes strike at the heart of efforts to build a professional, ethical, and capable public service. Further recognizes that the public confidence in state institutions is eroded whenever rules appear to be selectively applied and accountability is delayed or avoided. Acknowledges that the Department of Public Service and Administration bears a constitutional responsibility to uphold merit-based appointments, professional standards, and ethical governance across the public service, and calls for all allegations and findings contained in these reports to be subjected to thorough, transparent, and independent investigation for those found responsible to face appropriate consequence management, regardless of rank or position, and for urgent measures to be implemented to safeguard the integrity of the public service. appointments and
Thank you,
restore
honourable
public
member.
trust in government
Your time has now expired.
I so move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections?
Yes, Honorable Chair, Al Jama objects.
Thank you. With that objection, that motion is converted into a notice of motion. The MK Party.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, I move without notice that this House, during the current process of constitutional review and amendment, considers measures to elevate and affirm the status of customary law as a primary foundation of South African legal system, above the inherited Roman Dutch law and the English legal tradition. South Africa is not an appendage of Europe. South Africa is a sovereign African nation whose constitutional and legal order must increasingly reflect the values, customs, tradition, and lived realities of its people. For centuries, African system of law governed social relations, property rights, dispute resolutions, and governance across the land. Yet, despite constitutional recognition, customary law continues to occupy a subordinate position to legal tradition imported through colonial invasion. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party believes that the values and ethos of African majority must set the tone for the development of South African jurisprudence, and that the constitutional review process present an opportunity to advance legal decolonization and restore the dignity of indigenous legal system. I so move.
Put the motion, honourable members. Are there any objections? The DA?
Creative Plus objects.
Please note the objection of the DA.
Thank you. With those two objections, the motion will be converted into a notice of motion. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice that this House notes that the Free State Department of Health has closed the Western Clinic. Further notes that with concern that the clinic was reportedly closed without prior notice to patients that is of the affected community. Recognize that patient files remain at the closed facility, leaving many patients unable to access healthcare service elsewhere or obtain their medication due to absence of their medical records. Further recognize that the closure of healthcare facilities and clinics is becoming an increasing concern in various parts of the country as provincial health departments face growing financial and budgetary pressure. Acknowledge the severe impact that the closure of a clinic has on poor and working class communities who rely on public healthcare facilities for access to treatment and medication, and calls upon the Portfolio Committee of Health to conduct public hearings on the impact of clinic closures across South Africa, including the closures of the West End Clinic, and to table a report with findings and recommendation before the National Assembly. I so move, Chairperson.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The UDM? The ANC?
The UTM is here, Chair. Oh, God.
Proceed, Honourable Nontenja.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The United Democratic Movement moves without notice that the House notes with grave concern the continuous rise in gun violence across communities in the Western Cape, which continues to claim the lives of innocent residents, including women and children. Further notes deep tragedy of the recent loss of two young girls aged 14 and 15 who tragically lost their lives in separate incidents of gun violence in the Western Cape within the space of 3 months. Condemns the reckless disregard of human life demonstrated by perpetrators of gun violence who continue to endanger schools, homes, places of worship, and public spaces. Calls for urgent and coordinated action by all relevant stakeholders, including SEPS, the NPA, provincial and local government, and community organizations to remove illegal firearms from our streets dismantle criminal gangs, protect vulnerable communities, and ensure that those responsible for gun-related crimes are brought to justice. I so move.
Thank you. Honourable Member, unfortunately, this notice was not circulated as is required by the rules. Therefore, I will not be able to put it to the House.
She was in the study group.
Thank you. The ANC.
The ANC moves without notice that the House notes that the 12th of June 2026 marks the annual international observance of the World Day Against Child Labour, a global day instituted by International Labour Organization in 2002 to raise awareness and catalyze actions to eliminate exploitation of children through labor. Further notes that the global campaign theme for 2026 is Red Card to Child Labor, Fair Play for Children, and Decent Work for Adults, emphasizing the shared global responsibility to build robust social protection mechanisms and enforce ethical labor standards. Acknowledges with deep concern that despite significant legislative progress, millions of children worldwide, including many within vulnerable regions across our own continent, remain trapped in hazardous work conditions that compromise their health, safety, dignity, and fundamental right to basic education. Recalls South Africa's unyielding constitutional commitment to protecting children from exploitative labor practices, as enshrined in Section 28 of the Bill of Rights, which declares that every child has the right to be protected from work that is exploitative, hazardous, or inappropriate for their age, and calls on all citizens to raise a red card against any practices that rob our nation's children of their childhood.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
So I move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. Rise Mzansi. If not present, Bosa.
Thank you, House Chair. I move without notice that the House notes the increasing number of communities across South Africa affected by water outages, sewage spills, and failing municipal water infrastructure. That the House notes that access to sufficient water is a constitutional right in terms of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa 1996, and that failing water and sanitation systems pose serious risks to public health, dignity, and economic activity. And furthermore, that the House calls on the Minister of Water and Sanitation to table before Parliament a comprehensive intervention plan for municipalities experiencing chronic water and sanitation failures, including measures to address aging infrastructure, sewage pollution, and ongoing maintenance backlogs. I so move.
Honourable Members, I put this motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The ATM. If not present, the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The African National Congress moved without notice that the House notes that Wits University has claimed the top spot in Africa in the 2026 Center for World University Rankings, which was released on June 1, 2026. Acknowledges that Wits University stands firmly within the top 1% universities in the world, and a milestone that reflects the university's enduring commitment to academic and research excellence, innovation, and the advancement of public good. Believes that this remarkable achievement confirms Wits University's position as a leading African institution with global reach and relevance. Understand that being ranked #1 in Africa and amongst the top 1% globally is a testament to the collective excellence, resilience, and ambition of the institution, its students, alumni, and partners, including amongst others, government. Commends Wits University for raising the country's flag high, and they always say at Wits, you always have the edge, and they have the edge. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. Al-Jamaa,
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I, Imran Ismail Musa, moves without notice that the House notes the great achievement of 16-year-old Zayan Abdurrahman, who has been selected as one of 7 South African learners who will travel to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration's NASA Kennedy Space Center in Florida next month. Further notes that she is a grade 11 learner at Mondale High School in Mitchells Plain. Acknowledges that she will represent Team South Africa at the International Space Settlement Design Competition, ISSDC, which is taking place in Orlando from 26 July to 1st August 2026. Further acknowledges that she earned a place through the South African Space Design Competition, SASDC. Notes that at the SASDC competition high school, learners had the challenge to design futuristic and sustainable space settlements. Further notes that competition forms part of an international program that includes 6 continents and encourages learners to explore science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Acknowledge that the 109 learners from 9 Cape Town schools took part in the competition and that her team won. Calls on the House to wish her well in her participation in the International Space Settlement Design Competition. I so move.
I put the motion, honorable members. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The DA.
On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice that this House recalls that the Musina Mikado Special Economic Zone is located in the rural Vembe region of Limpopo province, notes that the area's extremely high unemployment rate necessitates urgent economic development to provide jobs and poverty relief, recognizes that the Vembe region is one of South Africa's most biodiversity-rich areas, including endemic and endangered species that are ecologically, economically, and culturally irreplaceable, further recognizes that the area holds significant untapped agricultural potential, notes the critical limitations of available water, road and rail networks, feedstock, and local skills for industrial development as initially proposed, supports the adoption of an alternative economic development model that leverages the natural assets in context of the region, including biodiversity and green economy opportunities alongside agriculture, and notes that this approach is more suitable and sustainable in this rural setting and will benefit both people and planet. Thank you. I so move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections?
Yeah, there's an objection to that.
Thank you. With that,
We're undermining the essence.
No, we don't need to, reasons. Thank you, Honorable Dagbo. With that objection, that motion is converted into a notice of motion. The NCC, the ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with immense pride that Cape Town-based African filmmaker, producer, and tech entrepreneur Zoe Ramashu has been shortlisted for the prestigious Impact Leadership Award at the 2026 Global Production Awards presented by Screen International. Further notes that this major international recognition was announced and celebrated during the 79th Cannes Film Festival in France, where Ms. Ramashu stood out among nominees from major global studios and film commissions across Europe and North America. Recognizes that this nomination celebrates REPT, a groundbreaking production technology platform built by Ms. Ramashu that transforms the film and television industry's hiring practices by providing freelancers, women, and filmmakers of color with the visibility they deserve, while allowing producers to source talent from an abundant, diverse pool rather than fragmented spreadsheets and word of mouth. Commends Ms. Ramashu for flying the South African flag high on the global stage and showing that African innovation is leading the charge in rewiring global film production and conveys its
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Congratulations to
Your
Zoe
time is now
Ramashu.
expired. I put this motion, Honorable Members. Are there any objections? No objection, agreed to. The PAC. The U80.
Thank you, Chairperson. Also, Africa. The UAT move without notice that this House, no doubt South Africa, continue to face a severe challenge of graduate and unemployment,
Order, honorable members.
particularly among qualified education graduates who remain without permanent employment despite possess the necessary qualification to teach in public schools. Furthermore, no doubt former Minister of Basic Education informed the Parliament.
Honorable Dr. Mahlatsi, my apologies. There was such a noise here in the front that I'm afraid we couldn't hear you.
All right.
Will you just order? Start afresh and maybe use that voice you always use when you greet us.
I see you've been missing me. Kanima.
Order, honorable members. Let's give Dr. Mahlatsi.
No, that shows that Pan-Africanism is alive. Now the UAT move without notice that this House note that South Africa continue to face severe challenge of graduate unemployment, particularly among qualified education graduates who remain without permanent employment. There were between 20 to 30 fully funded teaching posts within education sector. Acknowledges that thousands of schools continue to experience teacher shortages, overcrowded classrooms, excessive learner to teacher ratio, and a declining educational outcome, particularly in the rural and disadvantaged communities. Recognizes that the continued use of teacher contract assistant posts create employment insecurity, undermine fair labor practices, negatively affect educators' morale, and compromise continuity in teaching and learning. I so move.
Thank you. I put the motion, honorable members. Are there any objections? The ANC? Are you objecting, Honorable
Yes.
Dagmo? Thank you. With that objection, we only need one. Do you want to be recognized? With that objection, that motion is converted into a notice of motion. The Good Party? The MK Party?
Enkosi mqala ngaphambili nami maniphakame ndingavumisanga phansi kwegama lomkhonto wesizwe party ngeenkonzo zoluntu zase BCM Buffalo City Municipality ezingafikeleliyo ebantwini. Service delivery wile pha eMonti eMdantsane eDankeni eZwelitsha ilindle libaleka endleleni neendlela zigcwele potholes. Le ndlu mayiqwalasele into yokuba ethethwe ngo-Auditor General uba i-1.7 billion ichithwe kwimfitshi nje engabonakaliyo pha. Umkhonto wesizwe party uthi loo nto leyo yenza uba abantu upaphelelwe ngumdla kwiinkonzo zoomasipala nakulo rhulumente. Uthi ke umkhonto wesizwe iportfolio committee yakwaCogta mayikhawuleze indwendwele pha eBCM ifike isenzele ireport kule ndlu kungaphelanga i-30 days yaphakamise. Enkosi.
Thank you. I put this motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The DA.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance and this House, one, that we encourage the Department of Human Settlements to partner with the private sector in accelerating the delivery of state-subsidized homes. Two, that we lament that in the last financial year, the department with a budget of 34 billion rand only built just over 35,000 houses. Meanwhile, the Department of Housing in 1998 to 1999 with a budget of 16 billion rand was able to build just over 235,000 houses. Three, recognize that our country's housing crisis is not a funding issue inherently, but a capacity issue within the department, provinces, and local governments. Following the recommendations by Operation Vulindlela in March 2025, encourages the Department of Human Settlements to implement an integrated housing and title deed system with the relevant departments. And lastly, recognizes that our country will not close its pervasive equality gap without accelerating housing and title deed delivery. I so move.
Well, members, I put this motion. Are there any objections? The
Yes,
ANC?
Chair. ANC object.
Thank you. With that objection, this motion is converted into a notice of motion. The ANC.
Honorable House Chair, the ANC moves without notice that the House notes that the month of June marks the annual commemoration of Youth Month in South Africa, a period dedicated to honoring the monumental contributions of young people to the liberation, democracy, and development of our country. Further notes that the theme for the Youth Month 2026 in South Africa is Reset at 50, the Future Calls. Remembers that June 16, 2026 marks the 50th anniversary of the historic 1976 Soweto student uprising, when thousands of brave young students defiantly marched against the unjust Bantu education system and the brutal oppression of the apartheid regime, paying the ultimate price for the freedoms we enjoy today. Pays solemn tribute to the heroism of Hector Peterson, Sting Ndlovu, and the entire generation of 1976, whose selflessness, courage, and collective resolve permanently altered the trajectory of South Africa's liberation struggle and urges all sectors of society, including the state, private entities, and civil society, to treat youth socio-economic empowerment not merely as a policy objective, but as an urgent national imperative to ensure economic freedom in our lifetime. I so move.
Thank you. I put this motion. Are there any objections?
You are a
No
fighter.
objection.
You are a fighter when I saw you.
No,
Long
no,
time.
order, honorable members on the virtual platform. No objections, that motion is agreed to. Honorable members, that concludes motions without notice. The last item on the order paper is notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a notice of motion?
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of ANC, I move that this House in its next sitting debate the improving access of medicines by building technological capacity and local skills to make it cheap. Thank you.
The DA?
Thank you very much, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at the National Assembly's next sitting, we debate the impact and effect of broad-based Black economic empowerment on the economic growth, job creation, investment, entrepreneurship, and transformation in South Africa. I so move.
The MK Party?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I hereby give notice that I shall move on behalf of the Umkhonto weSizwe Party at the next sitting of this House that the House debates the death of Stellenbosch University student Antonio Emilio Alec Brito, concerns regarding racism and student safety at institutions of higher learning, and interventions required to protect students and uphold their constitutional rights. I so move.
The EFF?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF move without notice that this House note with concern the disappearance of seasoned and veteran actors from our television and film screens, recognizes the invaluable contributions and experience actors make to the cultural and creative industry, as well as to the social fabric of our society, acknowledges the challenges faced by these actors, including but not limited to ageism, lack of opportunities, and inadequate support mechanism in the industry, calls upon all relevant stakeholders, including broadcasters, production companies, and government departments to create opportunities and support mechanism for seasoned actors to ensure they remain active and visible in the sector. Further calls for a review of policies and practices with the creative and cultural sector to address the exclusion and marginalization of experienced, talented. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates dealing with acts of criminality, such as illegal mining, which has caused and continues to cause a great deal of anger and anguish in communities. Thank you, House Chairperson.
The IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I hereby give notice that I shall move at the next sitting of this House, that this House debates the dangers posed to townships, economics by illegal trading, and the shared responsibility of the Department of Small Business Development and South African citizens to enforce compliance and uphold community safety. I so move. Thank you.
The PA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. To be presented at the next sitting of Parliament, I rise today to formally submit a notice of motion regarding the draft proposal for the Parliamentary Medical Aid Scheme Competitive Compulsion Amendment Bill 2026. This important legislation seeks to amend the existing PARMED Medical Aid Scheme Act of 1974 to modernize benefits, ensure competitiveness with private medical aids, and reinforce the justification for the compulsory membership of parliamentarians. Honourable members, it is essential to recognize the recent resolution passed by the Eastern Cape Provincial Government, allowing its members to choose their own private medical aid scheme, and members who want to remain with PARMED are at liberty to do so. This progressive move underscores the necessity for our own Parliament to re-evaluate the existing mandates and adapt to the evolving landscape of healthcare options available to public representatives. The proposed amendment to the PARMED Act will provide our members of Parliament
Thank you,
with
Honourable Daniels. Your time has now expired. The FF Plus.
Voorsitter, ek stel namens die Vryheidsfront Plus voor dat die nasionale vergadering met die volgende byeenkoms die erkenning van Afrikaners as 'n selfstandige en inheemse volk in Afrika bespreek, as ook die gestalte wat die erkenning moet kry in 'n statutêre verteenwoordigende entiteit wat verantwoordelikheid vir onderwys, erfenis, bewaring en ander toepaslike sake sal neem namens Afrikaners wat hulle self daar identifiseer en hulle by die entiteit voeg en kragtens artikel 235 van die Suid-Afrikaanse Grondwet. Dankie.
Action SA.
On behalf of Action SA, I give notice that the House notes with concern at its next sitting the continued spread of foot and mouth disease and the severe consequences it holds for South Africa's livestock industry, agricultural exports, and rural livelihoods. Further notes the Department of Agriculture's stated commitment to constructive engagement with industry stakeholders and the private sector in responding to the outbreak. Acknowledges the important role played by farmers, veterinarians, and private sector partners in combating the disease, as did the recent court judgment in this regard, and calls on the department to ensure that all officials engage stakeholders in a professional, respectful, and solutions-orientated manner following recent reports of a senior staff member in the ministry treating the concerns of an affected stakeholder organization with apparent disregard and disrespect. I so move.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates investing in digital literacy to help small businesses leverage e-commerce platforms. I so move.
The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I will move on behalf of the ACDP at the next sitting of the House that the House debates the looming shortage of piped natural gas for industrial purposes, known as the gas supply cliff risk, given the rapidly depletion of the Pandi Temani natural gas fields in Mozambique and Sasol's scaling back and halting of external gas supply. Sasol being the primary supplier of piped natural gas in the country. Thank you.
The DA.
Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move that this House at its next sitting, debates the urgent need for oversight and intervention regarding the rape of elderly women in the rural Eastern Cape, with specific reference to the case of Spamandla Makapela, 27-year-old, who was recently sentenced to life imprisonment on the 18th of February, 2026, for the rape of a 75-year-old woman in Mazochweni location, Dikeni in Alice. Thank you.
MK Party.
I move on behalf of MK Party, Romulus Chava, that the House debates the implications of the introduction of lenacapavir as an HIV prevention intervention, including its potential impact on public health, behavioral patterns, and the prevalence of other sexually transmitted infections in our beloved and embattled country, South Africa. I so move.
The EFF.
House Chair, I rise on behalf of the EFF on a motion for the House in the next sitting to debate mechanisms available for the Department of Water and Sanitation to tackle non-compliance by municipalities in respect of blue, green, and no-drop requirements, including submission and subsequent implementation of corrective action plans or green drop improvements plans. I so move.
The UDM.
I move on behalf of United Democratic Movement that the House in its next sitting debates the recent report surrounding the death of an employee, 29-year-old Trina Dadla, while on duty at her workplace, which have sparked widespread public debate on the treatment of workers and conditions in the workplace. This tragic incident has highlighted the importance of safeguarding the rights, dignity, health, and well-being of employees across all sectors of the economy. I so move.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that in the next sitting, the House debate creating safe and nurturing environment for all children, allowing them to grow and thrive. Thank you, Chair. I so move.
Rise Mzansi. Bosa. The ATM. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that at its next sitting, the House debates ending food waste and making the dumping of edible food illegal. I so move.
Al Jamaa.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of Al Jamaa, I, Imran Ismail Musa, moves that the House debates the banning of scholars from Zionist Israeli entity to attend any future conferences to be held in South Africa. About 50 scholars from the universities of Tel Aviv, Hebrew, and Haifa attended the recent International Communication Association conference, which was held at the Cape Town International Convention Center from 4th to the 8th June 2026. These scholars represented universities which are deeply integrated into the Zionist Israeli entity and complicit in the suppression and ongoing genocide of Palestinians. They are part of stifling, suspending, and expelling Palestinian students and faculty members who express solidarity with Palestinians. I so move. I thank you.
The DA.
On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move that this House at its next sitting debates legislative accountability mechanisms against municipal managers and mayors, considering recent revelations from the Auditor General of South Africa of further declining financial audit outcomes from metropolitan municipalities due to infrastructure funds being poorly utilized, prolonged acting appointments, especially in critical vacancies, and a culture of impunity. Thank you.
The NCC, the ANC.
Thank you, Chair. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates build a resilient system ready to face future disasters such as deadly epidemics and crises caused by the damage to the environment. I so move.
The PIC, the UIT.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the United African Transformation, I move that this House debate and recognizes that the child hunger continue to undermine educational outcomes, cognitive development, school attendance, and long-term economic productivity, forcing many learners to attend school on empty stomach while being expected to compete equally with the learners from affluent communities. I so move.
Good Party, MKP.
Thanks, Chairperson. Be pleased to note that the MK Party hereby gives a notice of motion that at the next sitting of this House, the House debates the issue of national energy security in order to stabilize the price of diesel and petrol by encouraging building of additional refining capacity in the country that contributes to stable economic growth. That the House considers the impact of the huge reduction in refining capacity over the past 7 years, and that measures are put in place to halt the importation of refined products and ensure the country builds domestic capacity to refine crude oil. I thank you. I so move.
The DA.
Thank you. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House debates at its next sitting the need to deter crime through the certainty of swift prosecution by capacitating the MPA and securing its independence and giving control over its own budget. I so move.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the hegemonic role of culture to glue all national groupings towards one common nationality and South African citizenship. I so move.
Order, honorable members. You're requested to stand and remain standing in order for the presiding officer and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day. The House is adjourned.
Yeah.